I wonder if they're doing that on purpose, like to wind me up.
Maybe. I don't see any banners on my side.
No, it's a notification that they're showing me because that's what it is. Like it's an issue. But anyway, can't post comments to some destinations. Learn more. Facebook profiles. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's pretty interesting. So I'm going to drop Facebook. I'm going to drop Facebook off of this. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove Facebook. Delete on Facebook. Done. Gone. Remove this destination from the stream. Delete off Facebook and remove the destination. Thank you. Delete, remove. Okay. And we're going to add a different destination on. That's what we're going to do. Save changes. Done. There we go. So we've just moved it to a different place on Facebook. There we go. And that stupid banner is gone. The reason I got that banner is because I'm posting to a profile and not a page. Oh,
hey,
what a pleasure.
General Shinobi is in the queue. He wants in.
Yeah, man. Nice. Okay, sorry for the delays, people. I'm so happy now that we've got this sorted finally. So welcome to everybody. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're all well, healthy, and thriving, and taking it easy and doing much better than just merely surviving. Big love, big blessings, peace, honor, and respect to all of you. So yeah, we've got a cool little chat ahead of us, I think. You know, indoctrination, the current epoch we're moving through, this journey through time. I think we're going to hit on a couple of nerve points as well. There's a couple of things that's quite relevant right now and has been relevant this week. For me, what I seem to notice around for people, you might notice that there are two streams up, by the way, for those of you that are on. So if you're on the wrong stream, then get on the right stream. In other words, one of the streams for a mobile phone, and one of the stream is for a profile, like you know, two different views. So there we go. That's where we're at. Big love to all of you that have come to join us. And without any further ado, let's get into the crew. We've got Indy Sage as always. Indy's a shadow worker as well as somebody who's deeply embedded within mysticism, also within occult philosophy, within Hermetics, and Vedic. He's very into Jungian ideas and philosophies, but his heart is very much probably been won by anthropology and the ancient histories and digging in the bones of yesterday. That's our dear brother Indy. We've also got Cosmic Prankster. He's like John D without a crystal ball. That's my tag for him. He's got a connection with the Fae. The Fae have been helping him to discover a new system of thinking, a new cosmology. There's a new language involved, an idea of how the universe is structured and works, as well as many other interesting ideas that he has come by while working with the Fae. And then we have our dear Shinobi. Shinobi is also, he's a very avid researcher. He spends a lot of time embedded in looking at what's going on around us in the world. He's also very dutifully researching words, the connections between words, the logos. So with that, into the mystic nature of the word and sound, and sort of takes him on a wide journey of different mystical ideas, as well as conspiracy information. There's a lot of conspiracies out there. Let's not even begin to pretend there isn't. We're living through the age of conspiracies. That would be a cool name for a show, wouldn't it? The age of conspiracies. Please, dear brothers, give the crew a little bit of words about you. And namaste. We've got Tom. We've got the Star. We've got our tuition. We've got Naraka. Welcome. We've got, who else we got here?
That's me. I'm Naraka.
Oh, you're Naraka.
Yeah, that's my.
I was wondering who this Naraka was. Well, big love, everybody, and do please share a little bit about yourselves, brothers.
So glad to be here today. And as Franklin mentioned, I've got a lot of different involvements in different schools of thoughts, and I do avid research in mysticism, spirituality, religion, and the secret narratives behind them all, the sacred matriarchal age, and the ancient mystical teachings are very close to my heart. But my anthropological studies are also very connected to the mythos. So it's like mytho-anthropology that I do. And so a lot of the stuff has come from a journey that I had, an out-of-body experience in the year 2000, where I was shown the origins of life in the universe, life on Earth, the origins of the human race, the origins of human language, and our connections to the divine, and the other mysterious things of the world. So, as a Scorpio moon, I'm deeply invested in trying to uncover all of the great mysteries, and it's been a beautiful life of deep research in that. Glad to be here with everybody today, and hi to everybody in the chats. I had a little discussion with Tom Rua earlier. It was fabulous. Thank you, Tom Rua. And I'm passing the mic down to Cosmic.
Thanks, Indy. And like Bush Whisperer mentioned, I work with the Fae for I think probably about maybe like 6 or 7 years now. It's been a while, and I've developed a close relationship with a group of about several or so entities, a couple main ones that I talk to on pretty much every single day. And I've been slowly over time sort of learning about extra dimensional perception, sort of how the learning about the outer worlds, the outer dream worlds beyond the human world, and just generally like a magical system that sort of teaches you basically what I've realized what this Zarfexology system really does and it's about is it's basically teaching you how to perceive the fourth dimension, like higher dimensional physical spaces, and just kind of through understanding everything as sort of bubbles of experience. I've talked about that, numerous times on this podcast here. And without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic to Shinobi. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to see you and everyone in the chat. Hope everyone's doing good. My name is Toby, aka General Shinobi. My path has been to kind of sort of dive into everything, just kind of take a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Very interested in etymology, symbology, mythology, psychology, all the G's, everything. Just and then like just sort of weaving the in between, not getting caught up in any kind of current scene or current stream, kind of navigating my own path across the waters, I guess. And just keeping an open mind, keeping my mind open, but at the same time aware of certain what's the word, certain paths to not go down. When I look into information, I tend to take what I need. If it's something which I feel like I'm not going to need in the future, I just kind of leave it behind, because we can only carry so much. And it is very useful to know lots of different pieces of the puzzle, lots of different threads of the vast tapestry that we're in. But I try not to kind of get too tangled up in it, try and just kind of keep it simple, I guess, as simple as possible, as simple as one can, I guess.
Yeah, brothers. Lovely. Lovely to hear from all of you guys. And big love to everybody that's come to join us for a little bit of a tongue waggle. Just to point out, Namaste, Nathalie. If you don't like the way it looks, go back to the channel and choose the other option, because I'm streaming it through both vertical and horizontal formats. So if you're on a phone, there's two different streams. It's really important for you guys to know. So if you don't like the way it looks, go back and make it look different. Okay. There's two streams there. Choose the one that you like. It's a lucky packet today. I figured, why not give this a whirl? Apparently it makes it better on mobile phones. I don't know who of you are on phones. I notice a lot of you are on phones. Maybe the vertical works better for phones. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's a pain in the butt. I don't know. To me, I don't like phones. It's always just a pain in the butt. If I'm going to watch something, I'll put it on my TV or on my tablet or on my laptop. So let's get into it before we get through it. Manifestation and entrainment. That's a big one. Religion. Oh gosh, we're going to have fun with that. We're going to rip that a new one. Cults. It's right there with religion. Occult manipulation and skullduggery. I was trying to figure out exactly what skullduggery is. I mean, I know what it means in terms of the metaphorical senses. The word is used. But does skullduggery mean that you're actually digging up skulls in the back garden, or that you're sitting next to someone with a spoon digging their skulls out of their heads? Because it basically means to be like pulling a bit of a fast one, doesn't it? Like underhanded, manipulative, like screwing someone over. Is that right? That's what skullduggery means in my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, or like maybe like pushing a bunch of lies onto people and being a trickster kind of in a dark way.
So does that mean that you're digging someone's skull out, skullduggery? Is that like manipulating someone, sitting next to them with a spoon and scooping out their skull's contents? Or are you in the back garden digging up skulls? Like, where did that word come from? I'm just curious, like, how did we come across this idea?
About, like, digging up skulls, like you're like going into the dark side and like digging up these like corpses of like dark magic and trying to push it on people and gather a cult together. It's gonna follow your dark ways. Use the cadaver bones.
I was thinking of it in terms of psyops, lobotomies. To me, a lobotomy is a kind of skullduggery, right? Like screwing someone over, like literally taking their memories away from them, right? Taking their ideas and their thoughts and who they are away from them by literally getting a big old spoon and scooping out a piece of their skull. Like, anyway, that's where my brain goes. And I wonder whether the elites have that as a saying because, well, it's something they do. Maybe it's like it's a Saturday night gig, They get like, some children together. Oh my gosh, where's this going to go? You know what they do. So like you can just imagine the kind of dark rituals these people do. And so like if there's anybody who needs to have a bit of skullduggery performed on them, we know who it is. You don't have to use a teaspoon. You can use a spade. I think it worked better with elites personally. Just at the point where I'm thinking to myself, when is enough enough? And it sort of comes into this discussion, I think, quite sort of centrally, this indoctrination that we've been living through and suffering, and this occult manipulation. And then, of course, that goes along with it, the psyop programming and the matrix trap, something I'd like to get into as well. Wielding divine power. I think that's going to be an interesting cherry to throw on top of this profound cake of demons and fighting the spiritual war. And I think we are in a spiritual war. It's probably a good place to start, the fundamental start at the beginning. What is the spiritual war that we're in? And how do we move forwards through this spiritual war? Because we're all basically in it, right? I mean, our worlds are being ruled by people who do bad things to children. I think that says it all, doesn't it? Right? Like we are allowing people that do bad things to children to tell us what to do. There's something like fundamentally wrong about that, right? Like we should be the ones telling them, hey, you stop doing that. Like, what's that in your hand? I don't know, but Tell me how it feels in your head. That should be what we should be doing. Right? Did it feel good? Why, there's another one just like the other one. That's what we should be doing about this, in my opinion. I laugh out of a nervous laughter, because some part of me would actually like to do something like that, I suppose. This music video that I did a little while ago, which was an old track of mine that I dug up, an activist track. Somebody asked me about my time as an activist in the group, and I started talking about it, and I got all nostalgic and went to go and dig up one of my old tracks, and it was Another Way. And I thought, well, you know what? What's on the table right now is Palestine. And I went to go and collect bits of drone footage of what's going on in Palestine. And you don't know how bad it really is until you sit and dredge through the drone footage, right? And your jaw drops. You're like, it's like, I knew it was bad, but wow, I didn't know it was this bad. Like, the amount of dilapidation and destruction of homes and resources and buildings, and like, from what I'm seeing, like, what water are they drinking? Right? There must be boiling water to drink it. Like, how are they even getting sanitized water? Like, we obviously are not hearing the full story, right? Because there won't be enough resource for fires. If you look at the terrain, there's not wood around. So if you don't have gas to boil water, what do? What water do you drink? What are the official numbers of dysentery, right? Speaking about skullduggery and what's going on in the world, this holy war that we're fighting. And the holy war isn't just a metaphysical, spiritual war against, metaphysical beings. It's right here on the physical plane. And the Zionists are like driving the truck that's at the front of the front of the queue. And we can't just blame the Zionists, but my God, they putting in overtime hours, aren't they? The Zionists, they're all about like overtime, making lots of money and stuff, and that they're really putting in the overtime. And there are a lot of crazies out there. Everybody's got their hand in some pocket. Yeah. So this divine war, this holy war, what do you guys have to say about it?
I think some heavy stuff. I just wanted to do a quick thing on the skullduggery. Apparently, the origins, the etymology of skullduggery actually comes from a Scottish word, skullduddery, and skullduddery, which means adultery or bawdry or obscenity. But later, the spelling was changed to skullduggery, which refers to underhanded dealings or trickery. So I just wanted to mention that. But as far as the holy war going on right now, a lot of people think that these wars are actually over a Stargate in Persia in the Middle East that they're trying to fight over. And the Stargates apparently are on the ley lines where they cross, and they're all throughout the world. But people have had stories about actually finding this. There's American soldiers that were said to have gone in there and were able to get through the force field and just disappeared. They were never seen again. So it could be like a portal through time, a portal to another realm. Maybe they were destroyed. We don't really know, but that's one of the narratives about what's really going on in the background. As far as like the exoteric version of what's happening, I feel like there's a big conflict between Israel and Pakistan and like the Islam world with the Western world right now. So we're kind of like reaching a point where Manly P. Hall talked about the beginning of the New World Order, where it required the ending of Zionism to be able to move forward. And at the end of Zionism, they were said to then bring the New World Order into being and then use in the collective a new world religion based on Luciferianism. And so they're going to try to push people away from the typical organized religions into the worship of Lucifer, according to their agenda. But this is what their plan was. It doesn't mean that this is going to happen. I feel like their plans are dissolving and collapsing. But we'll see how it all plays out. What do you guys have to say about it?
Yeah, I've heard that as well. I've heard technology be called Lucifer's technology. But the way I see it, it's more Ahriman's technology. I can see the hand of Ahriman sort of guiding this, and that is more of a kind of collective energy. It's more of like a we, like hive mind, I guess, singularity. And like Lucifer is more about self-love, which I do kind of see to an extent a little bit with AI and stuff, but it's more of like Lucifer is more of a trickster, not a deceiver. Ahriman is a deceiver, and I'm pretty sure Mossad's slogan is "Make war by deception," and I do believe that there's a lot of deception and false flags and stuff, and yeah, it's definitely more of a kind of like, I would say, like Molochian Ahrimanic force than Lucifer. There are certainly like more than one. There's more than one faction. There's more than one like bloodline family. There's different families, different groups. They probably share like the same common goal, but they're all in for it, in it for themselves. And I think at the top is more this Ahriman. It's even in the name as well, like Ahriman. It's more of like this mind, like air, whereas Lucifer, I would equate more of the heart to an extent, as in like self-love, but loving yourself so much you kind of like in the world. I see that the problem is that people seem to hate themselves. There's a lot of self-hate. That's why people that's why it's reflected in the matter in the world. People seem to have no respect for the world because they don't respect themselves, and therefore they don't have respect for other peoples from other countries too. They kind of don't see other humans as human, and I don't think that's very Luciferian. I think Luciferian is more of a kind of like everyone, like more of a kind of self-love kind of thing. It's a bit of a paradox though, to be fair. It's quite difficult to describe. But Franklin, you were mentioning with the drones in Palestine, what the IDF, something that IDF were doing was flying drones over houses with speakers that with children crying or shouting, so that people would come out of their homes to see this child that was crying, and then they would shoot the people who came out of their house. That is Molochian energy. That is like this god, that the Zionists, that the IDF, it's a mind virus. It's arrogance, which is arrogance. It's the mind, not like separated from the heart. It's this kind of God's chosen people kind of mentality that we are above all others. It is the pinnacle of the artificial, of the anti-nature, anti-human. And that what I see is that it's this Ahriman. They fly the banner of the eagle, which represents war and empire, which, you know, the eagle doesn't always represent that, but you just gotta look to see who's used it. The Nazis, the Roman Empire. It's a powerful symbol, but when the mind, the eagle or the ego, is used to dominate people rather than guide and protect them, like the shadow of the eagle, then that's a real problem. And with this AI, this Ahrimanic energy, it wants to, and they want to be the only I. They want to be the only individuals in the centralized system. That's why they want to decentralize all of us from ourselves, like separate us from our center, from our core, like division. So rather than us being centered, like the middle way, the central pillar, being anchored, they've managed to divide us, split our minds, split split us against man against woman, black against white. There's on all levels, they're trying to split us, because that is the third temple. That's how they come through the center. That's how they enter, is through the middle. But first we have to be divided. And while we're all this kind of collective soup of, I don't know what gender I am, I don't know who I am, where I've come from, where I'm going, the powers that be, or this artificial, whether it's from this realm or not, I do certainly believe something's leaked into this realm, and that this kind of energy wants to be the only individual, whereas humanity is just a collective soup, whereas the centralized I, that always observing through technology, always watching us, that is the Ahrimanic force, and that is the I, and then we will be the collective we, guided by the singularity, whatever it is, Ahriman, but I don't think it is Lucifer.
Would you say Lucifer is associated with the element of water or air or earth? Or, well,
I think air would make the most sense, right? Because Lucifer is more about, because the whole Ahriman Lucifer dynamic is that Ahriman is a being that represents material reality, determinism, physical world. And Lucifer is all about high-minded idealism, big dreams. So if you think about it from that dynamic, Ahriman is kind of like the person who, the big CEO that wants to like gather all the oil, or the scientist or whatever. And the Lucifer is more like the charismatic cult leader, the guy who has the really crazy out there idea that's ultimately going to lead people to doom. They're really just two sort of extreme sides of the pole of, just sort of the dynamic of human consciousness. And that Ahriman is like, I think you look at life and you become too materialistic. But I think at the same time with Lucifer, when there's too much Lucifer, that's when you're ungrounded and you're not really in touch with reality anymore. And you're kind of just out in the clouds, and you're so high-minded in your ego that, you don't really think about the people below you, because you're just sort of, up in the clouds. So I would say Lucifer is probably air as an element, at least. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's the way I would look at it.
So I would say Lucifer is water, solely from the fact that Lucifer, the name means bringer of light. And what brings light? Water. Light travels on water. So the water element would be the bringer of light, because in any creation story, at first is the waters, and then from the water comes the light. In water, if you have a frequency, it creates light. So that's why I would say Lucifer is water, and this is why Lucifer's been demonized, because water's been demonized. Lucifer is more of a feminine energy, not a masculine, because the bringer of light is always a feminine, it's always the mother. That's why this opposing force of Ahriman wants to demonize Lucifer, wants to demonize the goat, wants to demonize and like this kind of intuition, imagination, anything to do with water, that I do think is more Luciferian. And it's self-love, which is internal, which is water, the internal waters. Whereas Ahriman wants to be matter. Like I just look at it as there's no coincidence that the story of Zervan, infinite time, gave birth to two twins. One was Angry Manu, aka Ahriman. The other one was Ahura Mazda, which is the light and the dark. Well, if the Ahura Mazda is the light, bringer of light, Lucifer, that would make sense. And Angry Manu was Ahriman. In the story, Ahriman, so Ahura Mazda was supposed to be born first, but Ahriman found out, so he forced his way out of the womb. He ripped its way out of the womb. This is AI. AI shouldn't be here. We're not wise. AI should only emerge when we have knowledge and intuition balanced, and then we can use technology for our benefit. It's been weaponized against us. The powers that be have tried to rip a hole in space-time, like in CERN, and like they're trying to do with the firmament, to allow things to come into this realm. And that is just the energy or essence of Ahriman, which is air uman, and the air, the kind of mental kind of I guess scientism, I guess eugenics to transhumanism, this energy of the mind, which the mental capacity is good. I'm not saying have no mind, only heart. You need to balance, but there is a lot of just like air in the mind, a lot of mental, like so much so that they want to dissect matter, they want to dissect the mother, they want to keep splitting until they find the God particle that they'll never find because we're in a field. And that is the energy of Ahriman. Not that Ahriman is matter, but that wants to be matter. There's an energy that wants to be matter because it's not in matter yet. It shouldn't be birthed yet. The Ahura Mazda, the light should be birthed first, if that makes sense at all.
I think it's interesting that we're talking about matter because I've been studying materialism more lately, but I've been realizing that that materialism is a lot more occult and magical than we assume it is, because there's like the standard materialist, right? You got like your Richard Dawkins and your Neil deGrasse Tysons, the people on television that tell you that space is all there is no God, et cetera, et cetera. But what I've realized in philosophy, there's weirder sides of materialism, and it gets almost as nutty as any religion ever comes. Like I'm looking at the stuff like continental philosophy and speculative realism. So there's this guy, I don't know if anybody here is familiar with Nick Land. I think maybe Zarelath probably mentioned him at some point. But anyway, he's like this English guy who was into all this kind of like, political stuff. He was really into like hardcore kind of like left-wing, right-wing stuff. But he created this system called the numogram, which is basically kind of like a weird chaos magic version of the Kabbalistic tree of life. And there's these ideas like there's these numbers and that the numbers relate to each other. So it'd be like 0, 9, 1, 8, 2, 7. And by calculating the relationship with these numbers, he came up with all this system of like demons and, time sorcery and stuff. But I'm reading all this crazy shit, and I read that Nick Land is a materialist. Now, how is it that somebody that's a materialist is touting stuff like this? And I started to think about, like, if you take just the idea that everything is matter and you kind of like look at it from a more magical context, because we often think of materialism as being like objective and rational, but I realize that there are forms of materialism that are more irrational, right? That are more just kind of based on feelings and thought and kind of like projecting a sort of magical idea onto reality. Because from their perspective, it's like reality is sort of like matter is like clay that you can shape into whatever shape your mind can think of. So in a sense, these materialists, we've been psyoped into thinking that these people are all, rational and objective. When you actually start to like peel back some of the layers, you realize they're just as religious and magically thinking in their orientation as any other, belief system. Because one of the criticisms that, when it comes to a lot of belief systems and religions and people who believe in religion is that instead of using facts and ideas to, figure out what's going on, they start with a conclusion and they work their way backwards. For example, like let's say you're a Christian, you believe in God, instead of saying, oh, I'm going to gather evidence to see that God is real, I'm going to assume God is real, and then whatever evidence I come is going to basically validate that belief. But then I started thinking about materialism itself and the idea that the universe, the fundamental state of reality is matter. And I'm thinking to myself, well, wait a minute. That's starting from a conclusion. That is starting from a conclusion and working your way backwards. These materialists are just as magical in their thinking as any other occultist, but they trick themselves into thinking that it's actually more rational because materialism itself is not rational. So to relate this back to, artificial intelligence, I think a lot of these people in these big tech, companies who are making these stuffs, I think they have a kind of a magical mindset to them. There's like a wizardry to it, but we don't think of it like that because, they're materialists. But I think, especially considering the Marxists, for example, and the postmodernists, and if you look at their understanding of materialism, it sounds like almost identical to Hermeticism, that, we're all part of a singular like nature mind. We all have to work together and there's no individuals, and that there's a perfect sort of ideal state existing within matter. So to me, I think that's what's been kind of interesting in terms of like, we're talking about indoctrination and psyops. I think this is a side of materialism that I think more people should be talking about, because I think there's like, with any belief system, I find that they work like onions, right? So on the surface of the onion, you have something that seems very sensible and rational, but at the core of the onion, it's just batshit crazy. And I realized that materialism has a batshit crazy core, but a reasonable surface on the outside. I realize kind of all belief systems are like that. So, yeah, that's kind of like what I've been thinking about more or less lately, but I think it kind of relates, to this topic, because I think in a lot of ways, a lot of the kind of the woke sort of milieu of our society and a lot of the ills is due in part to this kind of weird materialist belief system that, like, I was thinking about the other day, the ideas of a lot of this weird stuff with, like, I don't know, gender ideology and stuff, and realizing that materialism actually kind of supports a lot of these weird woke ideas, and that it's a deeper thing than simply saying that everything is just matter. There's a kind of weird magical occult element to materialism. It's almost something I was thinking about maybe doing I guess, or maybe not, I don't know, but yeah, that's what I've been thinking about.
I think there's a lot of sense with what you're saying. It's very occulted, the whole idea of materialism, because I think it's the great lie. And you guys, just to track that back to the beginning, before I get into this idea of what you're expressing, cosmic. So the angel, I was trying to remember how to spell this name, because they call it Helal, but it's actually Hilal. So that name, or Hilal, yeah, Hilal, you could pronounce it in different ways, because it's got a yot in there. But that name is the original name from, I think it's Isaiah, that is associated with who we consider Lucifer. In fact, the name means the bringer of light, light bringer. And this is the angel that got very prideful, and due to its prideful nature, put it on the dining room table for me, please. Thank you, my boy. Sorry. Because of his prideful nature, he fell from grace because of his, his vanity, and he fell from grace and became corrupted, and represents, the adversary in a sense. So that is like where we track our idea of this Lucifer being from, and obviously that's a being of pure light. In magical traditions is the root powers of the element of air, representing the morning sun, the rising of the sun in the morning, the eastern direction. So I think like Lucifer does have a heavy air elemental, but I think there's more to it as well, because, if you think of what the air represents. Okay, so let's look at the morning. What does the morning represent? The morning represents the air that brings that wind and the dew, because the morning also represents dew, right? So in the morning you get dew forming on the plants and on the leaves, and so there's condensation in the morning, because in the evening there's a more water vapor in the air, right? Condensation, the cooling, as well as more CO2 being released by by mammals and most creatures, other than plants. So if you think about that, then there's a powerful association with water, with air, because water lives in air. That's how water gets around. That's the key to the water cycle. So I think the root powers of air control water, in the same way that the root powers of fire control earth, in the same way that the root powers of earth control water in the same way that the root powers of water control air. So I think there are these this association, right? And air and fire have this synergy that they work together in the same way that water and earth has this synergy that they work together. So it's very difficult to pin one element to Lucifer, because the other side of Lucifer, which is Venus, represents the night star. So there's a day star in the morning and the night star in the evening. And the evening and the night star, the direction is west, right? So like many traditions could even relate this to Gabriel. So that's quite interesting, you know, the strength and the power element. So I think that when you're dealing with a Venetian entity, you're dealing with an entity that has polarity and bivalence as a part of its nature, which is possibly why the Lord of Lies, right? Because like if you're that polarized, then you might at any moment come up with a new idea, and that would be the idea you'd share. And then getting back to what you were saying, Cosmic, just a minute ago, gosh, I've lost the track completely. Let me jump back onto it. You were saying that that materialism is a very occulted cosmology or philosophy, and I think there's a lot to that, because if you think about it, right, in order for materialism to work, right, you've got to basically shun everything else, right? You've got to shun everything. Everything has got to be ridiculed. Anything that's to do with superstition, anything that's to do with divinity, anything that's to do with spiritual, anything that's to do with metaphysical has to be shunned. So it's almost like you're specifically secreting everything but matter. And so it's actually probably like the most occulted way that you can be, right? If you think about it. Because if you're that obsessed, and this is very, very interesting, because it's something that we were talking about, Shinobi, isn't it? We were talking about it just this morning, just today, about how you get these cults that form, or these different groups, and they are so hell-bound on their absolute truth that they have, that everything else is just wrong, right? And that truth that you've got is the only truth that you can have. And that's like we've been there before. We did the Roman Catholic thing, didn't we? We've been there, done that. We wore the T-shirt, or was it a black dress? I don't know. But whatever it was, it scared the kids. So, you know, I think that there's this powerful brainwashing element behind materialism. In a sense, one has to allow oneself to be brainwashed of everything, because when you think about it, there are so many mysteries in life, and you'd have to walk around with your eyes closed not to observe mysteries, right? And things that don't add up. This is why we have words like odd, which is commonly used in English, which means odic force, which is this mystical force that you can't see, but you know, we experience it. So, you know, to this day, you'll have a materialist saying, well, that's rather odd. Well, do you know what that word means? Do you know what it comes from? Yeah, of course it's odd, because it's something else. It comes from a different dimension of being. It's not just physical. And for example, if you're a true materialist, right, you cannot agree with quantum fields physics, can you? Think about it.
Unless you're a physicalist. See, they have a workaround for this. So they say, oh, we're not materialists, we're physicalists. So physicalists will basically, they'll include things like quantum fields and stuff, but ultimately they still say that they're unconscious, lack a soul, and are basically godless. So they thought of this a step ahead. So just letting you know.
No, yeah, but what I mean is,
it's basically the same thing. I get your idea though.
Well, what I'm getting at though is if you look at what quantum physics is, quantum fields suggests that matter isn't real. Right? So if you're truly a physicalist, you cannot agree with quantum fields. Right?
Yeah,
Because
it
quantum
completely
fields suggest
shattered
that
the
matter isn't
materialist.
what it seems.
Like, especially when Einstein figured out about the electron slit experiment, all of fatalism died with that, because he thought predeterminism was going to be found eventually. But when they found that when people observe something, it completely changes, he realized that, I mean, this might have been an oversight of his part in thinking that since people can alter the way things are becoming when they're observed, that it's no longer just a system of chemical reactions that we can predict. But there may be like a, potentially a part of that is part of a chemical reaction when we observe things. The Romans used to think that our eyes were a lantern that would like shine light out of them of what we would see. And so maybe they were onto something with that, like the way that our resonance happens with our heart field has been found to affect people around us. So maybe the influence of the energetic EMFs of the heart field play a part in altering the things we're present for and observe.
I think you guys raise another interesting point here, though, because if we really look at materialism as a religion, you think about, because materialism is kind of this idea that everything is sort of this matter and these billiard balls. And like you say, that quantum physics has definitely rattled the cage of that materialism. But the fact that so many people still cling on to materialism, despite the fact that quantum physics has gone, is kind of more evidence that it's like a religion. In the same way, like when you learn about evolution and Christians will, deny that because it defies creationism. I think that similar kind of dynamic is happening here with quantum physics and materialism. It's like they try to come up with other explanations to sort of like explain it away, but they never actually directly deal with it.
One thing that for me is important insight to understand about these things is that just because there's definitely a metaphysical realm that's beyond the material realm doesn't make the material realm not real. It just means that it's half of the picture. So I feel like there's definitely deeper unseen aspects and realms that we're involved in. And I feel like that it doesn't necessarily take away from the fact that the materialist science is not based in something that is actually something that's happening, but it just kind of to me shows that there's a deeper causal force that's behind it in the primordial realm where things are manifesting from, which very much lines up with ancient philosophical Taoism. They say that there's no cause and effect that we can see here because the cause is unseen. We see the manifestations that are in correlation with each other. So they might seem like they're causal because like that thing happened and then this other thing happened that's a parallel thing. One of them might have caused each other. But if we think about how there's actually a thing behind those things, that's really the causal thing. A lot of people imagine that to be like a man or a person, like God, for example. Whereas in Taoism, it was understood to be more of a mystery, like a cosmic force that's like ubiquitous. And since it's all present and like unchanging, we can never see it because the only things we can see are the contrast, things that have contrast. Air sometimes doesn't have a contrast. And so we don't notice it when it's still. When air moves, we realize there's wind and we're like, wait, what's that? And then we see smoke and we're like, oh, or mist or fog. And we're like, oh, we can see the air. But a lot of the figures that are associated with air and the air element as gods were particularly Amun and Amun Ra were said to be the hidden ones. And so they like use that representation because they're hiding. But like, why are they hiding? And like, what do they have to hide? So like, maybe they're hiding because they're liars and they've pushed like a false narrative of fear conditioning onto us, but potentially with good intentions. Maybe they want to control us in such a way that we could be more obedient and like under control instead of like trying to fight for power amongst each other and just like not able to be put into a place where we're in like a cooperative integrated state. But maybe they're trying to do it in a way where they're trying to take away the ancient mysticism and the wisdom of the sacred matriarchy where we could share power with women and we could then both come into a place where we hold each other accountable and complement one another instead of having one take a role of leadership, the other one having to be their subjects, which is never really going to work out, I don't think, no matter whether it's women leading or men leading the other. I feel like there's always going to be that power struggle. But when we share power, I feel like that could be the answer that they've got to try to take away and weed out from us. And of course, they took women out of the power paradigm because I think men are kind of inherently indulgent and complacent. So, but if we have like a purpose and we can serve someone that has a vision and has like deeper compassion, then they hold us accountable, then we're kept in like a place of integrity where we're not going to be allowed to fall into those places where we're doing self-serving things to try to exploit people for our own benefit. We're going to do things that are mutually beneficial with the collective and with nature and humanity. And Hermes had an amazing prophecy about this in the book of Asclepius, where he said about everything about what's happening in the world right now, thousands of years ago, saying that the nature will become polluted and destroyed, and like the people will become confused, and the children will become dispassionate by organized religion because of its falseness and lack of intuitive understanding. And that like there's just so much in it, and I was like astounded by this. But I think part of the things that have been taken away from us, the wisdom of mysticism, is that like we could all potentially if we look into our inner selves and with the inner eye, like see beyond our personal identity and individuality, see into other minds, see through time, and see the past and the future. So I think that could be what it is, you know. That's just a little rant on the air element. Not to take away from what we were going into before, but what do you guys think about it?
Well, were you going to say something, Shinobi?
Well, I was just waiting to see if anyone else wanted to jump in, but I'll just briefly say that regarding the spiritual war that we're in, like the unseen and the seen, like there's obviously wars going on in the material, like in our minds, but also beyond that in the spiritual realms too. And it's interesting that the matter, what we call real, is like 1% of what we can see. The 99% is like the field all around us, which which we cannot see, we cannot perceive, where lots of which is where all the energy is. It's like with the subconscious and conscious mind. The matter is like the conscious mind that we can see, perceive. The 5% conscious mind is equivalent to the 1% matter we can see, whereas the rest of the stuff, the wave that's happening, is the hidden subconscious. And I think that the sort of the union of opposites is so important. This is why there's so much division. Like we have to merge the conscious and subconscious mind. We have to acknowledge that there is a hidden element beyond the scene, beyond the. I can't get my head around why it's called materialism, like materialistic. I maybe get to that later, because matter is the mother. So it's like if you're material. What was the word? Materialism. So you can get rid of the ism with anything, and it's just the matter real. So that means that the mother is real. Well, the people who I guess are materialistic have shunned the mother, the womb in which we're in. They're like I said, they're trying to kind of dissect it. This is all part of the spiritual war that we're in, is that there's lots of escapism going on, people wanting to try and leave the planet, try and leave their bodies, ascend, transcend. And the funny thing about the word transcend is that it's got trans-end in it, but people wanting to transcend, their trance is just beginning. They're like in a trance, hypnotized, just following a thread that just loops back. And that is just yet another paradox to add to the list. It's like with higher self as well, because I love playing around with language, as people know, but the higher self, what's been happening with lots of people is they've hired somebody else. Like, like hire, you spell it differently. When you hire something or someone, they've hired someone else to sort of sit in the throne of their psyche to sort of do stuff for them. So I think that is really critical with what's going on, is that people might be tapping into their higher self, but is it really you? Or have you just hired somebody else to control your avatar for a while you can sit back? Because people are quite lazy. I can really see that happening in the spiritual realm, that people have just kind of left their throne or their chair empty, and it's available for other beings to sort of, to use. So yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I had a thought. What was it? It was about I literally just lost my train of thought. But when it comes to what were you talking about a second ago? Just
materialism.
Yeah, materialism. And I had an idea when it comes to like conformity and stuff. And it was about the self. Yeah. So what I find interesting in our culture is that we're looking to other people to find ourselves. Like you're going to some guru, reading some kind of book. But the problem is, it's like every like attempt to like find the self, it's like there's like a catch to it. You get trapped in some kind of like ideological matrix, right? Like you're going to some mystical system to find yourself, but then your ego and identity, gets lost within that system. And I think that, people are terrified to just be alone in silence. And I think when it comes to finding yourself, like that's where it is. When you're alone out in the woods, not talking to anybody else, you have nobody to reflect on, it's just you. That's where you find the real self, is in that space. And there's something very freeing about that. Whereas I feel like in culture and the world we live in around it, we're trying to find ourselves, but at the same time, we're also trying to, feel, we want to be part of the world. We're lonely. We want to feel connected to culture. We want to feel connected to other people. But at the same time, we get infected by that. So I was watching some video, I think it was on Schopenhauer or something. He had an interesting paradox of like a porcupines in the cold, because it's like if the porcupines are separate to each other, they're cold and they're freeze to death. But if they huddle together for warmth, they're going to prick each other with their quills. So there's kind of like this sort of like a dilemma, right? You want the warmth of other people and being part of a group, but paradoxically, there's the sense of I have to compromise some aspect of who I am. I have to give up some part of my personality. I have to do something that makes me lose a certain level of self-respect. And I think getting lost in that group dynamic, especially since society nowadays with the internet has become so tribal, it's become a lot more difficult to really find your true, authentic self, because everybody's just sort of scrolling on their phones and they don't just have any time to just like be alone in silence. Because if everybody's trying to find their identity by going to a group or putting on a hairstyle or just doing that. And because I think when people want that self, when they find it to be like cool and alluring and people are going to love me and people are going to think I'm great. But I think real freedom is accepting that some people are not going to like you, accepting that some people are going to disagree with your worldview and may even think you're an idiot, and just be like, okay, you think I'm an idiot, I'm just going to move on with my life. Because like you can't, in order to truly find confidence, you can't let yourself care about the opinions of other people, telling you who you are, feel like, because so many times I think a lot of people, they go into certain belief systems, not because it makes sense or even because it resonates with them, but because they feel like they've got to conform to peer pressure. It's like, when you're in a group of friends and all your friends are atheists or all your friends are Christians, there's a sense of, oh, well, I gotta go along with the group. And I think because, you know, one of the great things about being an outcast and being an outsider is it forces you to be authentic, and it forces you to sort of find your own identity. Whereas I feel like a lot of people who, you know, the downside to sort of being popular and being in the in group and is that you never really get to find out who you are. Who you are is essentially dictated by all the peers and all the people that you're trying to impress and you're trying to, like, you know, show off to. And what's really happening is that you're not, like, you know, showcasing your own identity. It's like these people that you're supposedly trying to impress are actually controlling who you are. They're saying, okay, you need to wear this certain outfit. You need to believe in this certain thing, even though you think, oh, I'm doing this to myself, but you're actually being controlled. And thus, in the process, you don't really get to understand and form your true, you know, authentic identity, right? And the thing is, with all these distractions and smartphones and all the stuff going on, I think it's harder and harder for people to really get into that, you know, space when they go into nature and they're just all by themselves and they just kind of feel that panoramic, you know, primordial energy around them. Everybody is so caught up in this technological grid that they don't realize there's even a natural world outside of it. Like, I think about the, have you guys ever watched the movie Logan's Run? I don't know if you see that, but so basically it was a sci-fi movie from the 70s where they had all these, like, young people and they basically kind of lived in this dome, which was kind of like a mall. It had all their kind of, like, you know, all these pleasures stuff. They would just kind of, like, you know, have all these kind of creature comforts, and they would just basically kind of like kill anybody over the age of 25. So everyone was young. But in the movie, they basically go into the outside world. They escape the dome and they go into reality. But when they first get out there, they're kind of like, they hate it. There's like lizards crawling on them and stuff. And it's like, it's hot and it's dirty, but that's reality, you know? And sometimes I think people, they don't want to face real reality. They'd rather live in this kind of imaginary, you know, matrix. But I find that when you're out alone in that sort of shamanic, you know, primordial experience, like, that's where the self is actually found. It's not found through, you know, how many people you hook up with. It's not found through what your job is. It's not found through your religion. It's not found based on what your social status is or how many albums you sold or this or that. No, it's like who you are is not defined by other people. It's basically when you're in the void and you're in that primordial space where there's no civilization, it's just you and the birds and the trees and the mountains, and there's nobody, and nobody cares about how big your bank account is. That's the space where you really find who your true self is. But I think a lot of people are afraid to face that because that true self is not necessarily as flashy and cool as the thing they see on the television screen.
You know, I think there's a lot to that. And I've just been like catching up with the chat here. I see, and big love to all of you. Thank you, dear sweetheart Eleanor. And I think Rebecca or somebody else mentioned it earlier, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. They turned on monetization to this podcast. I went and turned it off because I make a big point of making sure that the live shows are not monetized so that you don't have these blooming adverts, you know, and hacking apart the live, because what is the point? So there shouldn't be any more ads. If there are more ads, please let me know. YouTube went behind my back and monetized it. I always have monetization turned off for my lives. So don't ask me how that happened. I'm always very clear about that. And getting back to the topic, and big love and blessings to all of you. Rebecca, I see your lovely comment there. That is such a lovely thing to say. Thank you. Since Rebecca found us, Rebecca finds that there's other people on the internet. They're not making so much sense anymore. Well, it's an honor. I see Gregory thinks there's a bit of mumbo jumbo floating about here. Well, fair enough. You know, Gregory, I'm always up for people expressing their opinions. Let us know which parts specifically of the information you disagree with. It's always the best way to present an argument, you know, rather than to just say, oh, well, that's mumbo jumbo. Say like specifically what was said that you disagree with, and then it can become a conversation, which I think everybody can learn from conversations, because we get to share our ideas and our opinions and our feelings, which I think is healthy. I haven't heard any mumbo jumbo yet from my perspective. I think as well that we get too caught up in our intellects, we get too caught up in our mind, and we forget to allow our heart to engage. And the heart is a very simple instrument. It's simple in as much as it carries a divine imprint of truth, and it doesn't embellish, And there is something about this, I've noticed that children, I tend to learn so much from little kids, right? I don't know how you guys have found that. Like when you sit with like a little child and you talk to a little child and you get their sort of pure take on things, right? At that point, you're like, it's like you're being initiated into the heart, right? Because they don't need to carry top heavy ideas. There's not so much judging of information. It's more the embracing of the information, which I think is like a fundamental heart sphere from my perspective. I do think that we do tend to overcomplicate things in our minds, and when we overcomplicate things in our minds, we do lose perspective. And I think that's a human condition. That is the curse of adulthood. We become adults and we want to it's got to be more. Like you were just saying, the true self is very simple, Cosmic. The true self is unembellished. The true self is that part of ourselves that we think is boring and just well, that's just what it is. Thank you, Rebecca. These are my Rudraksha. These are my babies. I wasn't wearing them today because I was having a, I was doing a lot of physical activity. And, but yeah, I love my beads too. They're very powerful resonators, if you will. They're made out of resin, resin, which is the seeds of a tree, and each one has carrying the sacred geometry in it, which is really beautiful. The number 5, right? The 5s of the guru, of which is Mercury's embodiment of 3. And so yeah, this one, which is my mala, also has 4s. Got 5 4s on here, strategically between the other 50 are 5s. So I've got 55s and 5 4s. The 4 is a cross and the 5 is a pentagram. So each bead's got the geometry in it. It's very beautiful. I fell in love with my Rudraksha. But yeah, I think that this idea of the self, it's like this. I had a client, and I think this is a point, just any client, doesn't matter who, at some point was talking to me about helping them and wanted to know if I would come and battle these beings that were being pesky, non-physical beings. And I was like battle these beings? Yeah, come and do psychic battle with these beings. And obviously I was like, well, that's not really how this works, right? That's not really how this goes down. And I started explaining to them, and they weren't too impressed by my explanation. And my explanation was well, you don't go and battle these beings and do psychic duels with these beings. It's not really how this works, right? The most powerful force in the universe is compassion, because it's full of love. There simply is nothing more powerful than that. If you are dealing with the most pesky, powerful, demonic being that's trying to mess with you, and you just empathize with this being and go, wow, your life must be pretty, your existence must be pretty tedious. And, you can't be happy going around harassing people like this. And you start feeling compassion and love for that being. Do you know what that does to that being? That being has a crisis of conscience. But those beings cannot live with a crisis of conscience, because the whole point of their existence is the denial of the conscience crisis. So they have to run away from you like you've thrown acid on them. That's the reality. Like, there is no force more powerful at dealing with a proverbially demonic being than love and compassion. And, you know, that this is why they cannot possess people that are full of love and compassion. Duh. They can't even come near them, right? In fact, if they come too close to a being that's full of love and compassion, that being might take control of the evil spirit, right? Because they will lose themselves to that experience. So, you know, there's an interesting perspective. Like, that love and that compassion, it radiates outwards. And if you're radiating that out towards a being and it's got harsh intent, then it will be reacting, but you won't be reacting, right? And because you're not reacting, you're in the powerful situation within that dynamic, right? Two people, one person's reacting, one person's not reacting. Who's in control? Well, it's obvious who's in control. The person is not reacting, right? So don't be the one who's reacting, and rather be the one who's acting and making a choice. And the choice is, you know what? I'm actually going to try and relate to where you're coming from and actually feel how your heart is burnt and hurt. So, you know, there is this power, and this like relates to the holy war. And it's such a simple, commonplace thing that it's not this amazing thing with glittering, shining, you know, from an occult perspective. Many occultists will go, oh, yeah, that, and gloss over it without realizing that it's that. That's the power. That is the powerhouse that we have as human beings. You see, what is empathy? Since we're talking about the holy war, let's dive into empathy. What is empathy? So, you know, and I think this is something that is very often not understood. Because empathy is, look at the word, it's vibration, right? Hey, Howard, Bernadine, namaste, big love to you too. How are you guys doing? You guys got you together. Howard and Bernadine sitting in a tree. Hugging. How you guys doing? Big love, man. It's synchronicity, man. You guys arriving at the same time. Intuition, entropy, and indifference are more formidable forces than cruelty or hatred. You know, indifference. That's interesting. Indifference. Well, what is indifference? Let's look at what indifference is and see where it stems from. Because empathy is the M, and the M is the divine feminine. And it's that substance that we share. So when I'm thinking of M, I'm thinking of what is your consciousness made of, what is his consciousness made of, what is her consciousness made of, what is our consciousness, their consciousness. It's all made out of the same substance. And that same universal, uniform substance, let's give it a ratio. Let's call it the mother, their vibration, the field. So that M, which is that vibrational field that we are all an extension of, empath, a path into that vibrational field that we're all connected through. Empathy is a path into that vibrational field that we share, right? Empathy, right? So now we know what we're talking about. So you're literally entering into the state of vibrational connection between yourself and another creature. And now you're extending that to being able to relate to that being, right? Now, what does relating to that being actually mean, right? So it's about relay, right? Like passing a baton, relating. So I'm relating to you, I'm getting information from you, and I'm taking that information, which is knowledge about you. And what is knowledge? Knowledge is power, Right. So what is empathy? Empathy is when I understand what makes you tick. What is the basis and source of your power? That's empathy. Think about what it really means. It's powerful stuff, man. It's powerful occult stuff. So if you're empathic to another human being, like think about it, the most evil, manipulative narcissists often have a handle on empathy to this degree. They might be broken in how they use it, but they'll be able to understand what makes you tick, the most manipulative ones. They're not all manipulative. Some of them are dominant and they have no empathy at all. But you have those sociopaths that are able to relate to you on a very deep level and understand exactly what your most vulnerable place is within you and use that against you, right? And that takes a certain amount of empathy. However, we speak of empathy as being open to experience another human being. Empathy without compassion can become dark. This is something we don't realize. But when empathy is tempered by compassion, it becomes a healing force, becomes a positive expression of like what is the best that can become. So you've got compassion. Now, what is compassion? Well, passion is the passing of ions, right? And this passing of ions, which is connecting you to me, to him, to her, to us, to them, to it, to everything else. This compassion is being in a point where I'm allowing my energies that radiate not to change the situation. It's really important just to repeat that. Normally, I will project my own insufficiencies and inadequacies because we all have insufficiencies. We all have inadequacies. We just may not be aware of what they are, but we all have them. And we all have strengths. And we all have positives and negatives. We all have shadows. We can't pretend we don't. The moment we're passing our ions, our energy, onto someone, there's a certain amount of bleeding. And that bleeding, what I call bleeding, energetic bleeding, is both positive and negative. So our shadows will be imprinted onto that person, and our insufficiencies and our that's not the best word for it. The parts of ourselves that aren't healthy, that we don't like, that we're in denial of, will be pushed onto other people, and we will then want to judge that person, right? So when you put your ions onto someone, you become involved with their dynamic in such a way that you now want to take personal responsibility for them or their state of mind, which you should never do. When you have compassion, you are keeping your energies in a state of balance and connectedness. In other words, I'm not putting my crap in your basket and saying, look at your basket, it's full of crap. Yeah, but you're the one who put it there. No, it's in your basket, mate, you know? And it's something that we as human beings do is as a phase of denial to hide away from our own idiosyncrasies. That was the word I was looking for. And so when we have compassion, we are holding all of our passion. We are holding the energy. We are holding the space. And we are then allowing ourselves to connect with empathy to another human being without projecting our shadow, without displacing our emotional inadequacies or our emotional challenges and problems that we're in denial of onto that human being. We're keeping what's us to ourselves, but allowing ourselves to give space for that human being, right? So the one is selfish. It's about me getting rid of my crap onto you. The other one is I'm going to be selfless. So compassion has an element of selflessness in it because it's not about my feelings about you. It's about your feelings, right? So empathy can be connecting with someone else's feelings and making it my feelings about you. And then it can be quite negative. We tend to think of empathy as just being positive. But empathy can be negative. You can have empathy with someone and relate to their darkness within themselves and hate them for it. And that would still be a reflection of empathy, but it would not be compassionate. When compassion is in the throne ruling the empathy, then empathy becomes an expression of compassion, and that becomes a powerful force of healing. And that compassion-driven empathy is the most powerful weapon against evil in the universe. And this is why all the great masters, they came to teach us. And we're like, dude, the most powerful occult force there is in the universe is this compassion-driven empathy, because it's the carrier of love. It's how love moves, right? How does love get from point A to point B? Well, it gets on the platform. It's like, well, where's that train? There's the train called compassion. I'm going to go into the compartment called empathy, right? And I'm going to get from A to B to C to D to E, because that train goes everywhere. It traverses the entire picture. So I think when we start implementing this compassion-driven empathy, we start to become an engine of recognition. And that recognition is the recognizing, the cogs start to turn. We start understanding that being. And in the process of understanding that being, we proverbially learn its name. Metaphorically, we know it. And when we know it, it's no longer a danger to us, right? Because us knowing it means we know how it operates, what it wants to do, what it wants to get from us. And we can deny it access because we know. Knowledge is power. So I think like this is something which is sort of like parallel to what you were saying, Cosmic, about how our most natural self is such a simple self. It's not very embellished. It's not very cool. It's not very hip. It's just plain and ordinary, like compassion and empathy are just plain and ordinary, but these are true occult forces of nature to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you make an excellent point, Franklin. And I feel like that's the point. When people try to attack somebody, they probably are seeking retaliation. They want them to meet them at their lower plane and bring them down to their level and have them stoop down to there. But when one can maintain a higher plane and stay on the high road and be able to, instead of retaliate, but meet that attack with compassion and not be brought down, that's true empowerment. And so those people can help combat what's sometimes referred to as the tool of loving neutrality, combat the propagator of the wrongdoing instead of just the victim. So the propagators that come out and they oftentimes take a stance of self-glorification and narcissism, where they may not be accountable for their own mistakes, and it's easier for them to blame others for their own problems. This is a coping mechanism. It's probably maybe too hard for them to start to turn within and work on that can of worms of their inner turmoil. It's easier to point their finger at somebody else and have them join them in their misery. But that's not always necessary. We can bring those people up, and it's hard to do sometimes when someone attacks you and tries to hurt you and trigger you. But instead of being triggered, you can step back, and instead of emotionally reacting, you can then use compassion and empathy to try to understand that person, understand where their hurt really comes from, and realize that they are hurt, and that they're trying to hurt others is a representation of the fact that they have deep hurt within them. And so it's a very noble way to respond. And it's definitely a way that we can avoid being brought down to the lower plane of the corporeal natures of transgressive ways. So
I think on this, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think on the subject of empathy, I think we also have to be careful about, in terms of having empathy for people, to not project qualities onto people that aren't there. So for example, like I, for instance, am a very honest person. I usually am pretty straightforward. I say what I mean. I don't lie about stuff. But in that process, sometimes I've realized that I project that onto other people and assume they're honest when they might be complete and total liars. I think with empathy and compassion that we think that people operate on the same thought patterns and motivations that we do, but sometimes people have a completely different operating system than us, and they may not respond to things in the exact same way. And I bring this up because I think when it comes to empathy and compassion, we're talking about indoctrination. I think one of the things we have to be careful about is like false compassion and false empathy, because sometimes that empathy can be used to gaslight people. You might be thinking, oh, I'm helping this person out, but then they're constantly telling you, look at you, you're selfish, you're terrible, you do all these things for me, look how ungrateful, even though you're going out of your way to help them. And they make you feel guilty for basically not fulfilling their narcissistic needs. And I think sometimes in this, I understand why it's important to be, have empathy and compassion, but I think you also have to have discernment, because there are predators out there who take advantage of people's empathy and compassion, and they use that to emotionally and psychologically manipulate them. So they might try to make you think that, if you don't do their bad thing, that you're a bad person. Everybody thinks, oh, you're bad and you're terrible and selfish. And because you operate on this feeling of, guilt and emotion and empathy, and that you got to realize that sometimes people can use empathy to manipulate you. And so I would say, but then then the inevitable question comes, how do you discern real empathy from fake empathy? Well, it's difficult, and it's a trial by error kind of thing. But one thing that I've always found to be helpful is that do they reciprocate the empathy back to you? So what I mean by that is, like, let's say they have they got a terrible life. They got some person who's, really in a down place in their life. And they're like, and then, you tell them, it's like, hey, I've been through some stuff too. I've had my own trials and tribulations. And, if that person is like, man, I relate to you, then that person probably really is in a bad situation. But if the person's like, well, it's not as bad as my problems, you don't even know what I've been through, your suffering is meaningless, only I understand that, and they try to invalidate your suffering and your negative experiences, then that's probably someone you shouldn't necessarily expel your empathy towards. Because then what that person is going to do is they're going to take that empathy and twist it against you and try to trick you into thinking that you lack empathy, that you're not compassionate, even though you actually are. And then you start to doubt yourself. You start to second guess your opinions and questions. And because this is what basically happened to me. That's what I've been saying this, because I was this person who's trying to be, open-minded and compassionate and, try to look at people, try to be fair with people. But unfortunately, I feel like there's a lot of people who took advantage of me, and they bullied me and they harassed me and they started making me doubt myself. So you guys, I think it's important to have compassion and empathy. And I really value those things. And that's why I talk about them, because I think they are important. But we have to realize that there are these forces out there, the powers that be, also use these things to manipulate us and to turn and twist our sort of moral framework without us even realizing it. So I think that empathy and compassion is good, but there also needs to be a certain level of distance and discernment to keep yourself safe from people who might be a little bit more just, may not have a soul, essentially.
You see, that's where the compassion comes in. This is why I was saying empathy doesn't need to be positive. Empathy can be dark. I don't think it's false empathy. I think it's real empathy. I think it's just empathy that's selfish. Empathy can be selfishly used. It's like a weapon. People don't realize that it's a weapon. It's a weapon. Yeah, of course it's a weapon, right? If I'm empathic to you, I'm learning about you. I'm getting your knowledge. I know you inside out. I can manipulate you if I want to, right? If I know you, you don't know much about me. How are you going to manipulate me? So that's an interesting point. But I think the compassion, when the compassion, like the real compassion is present, you see, real compassion doesn't put my projections onto you, but it also doesn't take your projections onto me. That's what real compassion does. So when I'm really compassionate, I'm not projecting my projections onto you, and anything that's coming from you as a projection, I see it merely as a projection. I see, projecting at me. Interesting. Like in a martial arts sense, right? I see the punches coming. I'm just stepping out of the way. Oh, see, you're trying to hit me. Okay, you're trying to get at me. You're trying to strike me. Oh, move out of the way of that one. Maybe, whoops, there we go. Catch a bit of a knuckle on the forehead. Ouch, it hurts, doesn't it? You won't do that again, So, the whole idea of compassion, I think, is misunderstood, Cosmic. When we think that, I don't think empathy can ever be a bad thing to use. I'll give you an example, right? Let's say you're walking through like a harsh, dangerous territory environment. And my ex-wife used to say to me, like, why are you looking at these people like this? Let's say you're in a dangerous area, and you look each person in the eye straight up. right? And she's like, why are you looking at these people like that? You know? And I'm like, I want to be ready. I want to know who I want to know who's dangerous, right? Because if I see like someone looking in my eyes and something's not right, then I know that person might try and follow me and get me from behind. I better be ready for them, right? And if they do, then I'm going to be one step ahead of them. And when they try, it's going to turn back on them, right? That's like martial arts 101. But a lot of people, if they go into a dangerous area, they're like, oh, I mustn't look at people. I mustn't look into people's eyes. I must avoid people. That puts you in danger, right? Where if you were actually open and really sensitive to your environment, you would know who the dangerous elements are and you would know who to avoid. I think empathy is similar in a way, right? If you're totally empathic and connecting, and when that emotion comes, if you're empathic, you're not necessarily going to take their side. If you're compassionate, you don't take their side. If you're compassionate, you sit between their side and no side and every side. So like true compassion is like understanding, okay, this is how you feel. I have compassion for you, Phil. If you don't have compassion, then you will be overwhelmed by their feeling and they'll be able to make you feel the way they feel. But if you have compassion, you won't feel the way they feel. Even though you feel the feelings, you won't identify it with yourself because your compassion will keep you centered to such a degree that you will know that these are their feelings and distinguish between you and me and distinguish between the projection. And another thing about compassion, it doesn't take BS. People don't realize this, right? Like compassion is when you call a spade, you keep it real. Someone says something to you and out of compassion, you go, shame. You go around in life projecting your crap onto people like this. So you decide to say to them, all right, have you ever considered that maybe the reasons you say these things to people like you just said to me is because of your own insecurities and that those insecurities come from low sense of self-esteem because you yourself are aware of the fact that you are not being the person that you could be. You're failing at being a better person. And maybe that's why you have this dilemma emotionally. That's compassion. That's real compassion because you're telling them the truth. You're not attacking them. You're just, this is the truth. And so that compassion would make them stop and go, wow, now they've got to face up to their own insufficiencies and their own idiosyncrasies, which they thought to pass on to you, but you just gently gave it back to them and said, no, this is yours. That's why it's yours. That's where it comes from. And then they will stop and they will think, if I don't want an overload of truth, I better be careful what I say to this human being, right? Because like if I shit in your doorstep, you're going to give it right back to me. Only you're going to give it to me on a plate with a spoon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've always thought that I had no empathy, but I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just years of possible emotional manipulation that I find it difficult to, or I've never really seen the point to put myself in another person's shoes. Like if someone's drowning, why would I drown with them? Like I have compassion and I want to help, but I've never understood why would you want to feel what they feel? I felt my feelings. I felt how I felt over time and stuff, but why would I want to drown with them? It's like I want to be there for them. So I have compassion. And I think like I have this weird thing, like what makes me really emotional is when people overcome something. It's when it's like when you're watching a movie, when something like both happy and sad happens at the same time, like somebody like overcoming something. That's what really makes me, I guess, empathize. When people are like really angry or really sad, I find it hard to like put myself in their shoes. Like I want to be there for them, but I guess over like years, maybe I've built up like a barrier or a wall. But I'm very connected to the world soul. Like I'm very empathetic to the world soul, like the I don't want to say the collective spirit. It's more of, I guess, the world soul. Like humanity as a whole, like our all spirit. But I just find it very hard empathizing with individuals sometimes. I think perhaps it's a lack of trust, because sometimes people want to feed on your emotions when they're emotional. They just want you to be there so they can soak you up. And I think that that's happened before with me quite a lot. So I've kind of built up some walls, I guess. But something that I can't stop like becoming emotional about is when people what's the word, like, I guess either like self-sacrifice, or they overcome a boundary or come out of their shell, like that kind of thing, where it's both sad but also it's happy at the same time. It's really difficult to describe. And maybe some people know what I'm talking about, maybe not. I want to try and give some examples. Like in a film, like a hero's journey, I guess, going into the innermost cave, the dark, isolation, and then coming out with a new found truth. That's like sad because it's isolating, but also it's happy because they've overcome. And like that's just like when it happens in a film or a series or something, like when somebody's like selfless, that's what I can put myself in their shoes, because I know that that person doesn't want anything from someone else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. And that reminds me a lot of the teachings of Buddhism, which for many years and even decades, I really couldn't come around to understand. But they value sorrow and suffering because of the joy and gratitude that it can bring by enduring it through building resilience and moving through it. And so, for people that have not endured suffering, it's going to be hard for them to be able to derive gratitude and joy because they've really not experienced its lack. And for people that are like kind of like spoiled and have been given everything, they've never been put through hardships and adversities. It's going to be hard for them to cope when they do go through something. The smallest bump on the road could be like the end of the world to them. So I think it's important to be able to put ourselves in challenging positions where we can grow from them. And without having those opportunities, it can be hard to develop our higher consciousness and our compassionate heart. So it's a very good statement that you made, Shinobi. Thank you.
Indy, people are asking, firstly, I don't recognize the room you're in, right? You're obviously somewhere that you're not usually.
Yeah.
Where are you now? Curious.
Right now, I'm at the, well, I'm at one of the, well, I don't know. There's a long story to this right now, but I'm not at home where I usually am. So.
Because people are asking about that thing on the wall. It looks like a map.
It's
What,
very
what
cool.
is it?
It's a map of Knoxville and the neighboring
Right.
mountainous regions, and you can see like the mountains that I'm in are huge, and it's like incredible. I'm looking at these mountains and the layout of the topology, and it's just like wow. Now, when I'm standing on the mountains, I don't really realize how much how many cliffs and how much like steepness is going on here, and how we're really elevated high up, around 3,000 feet above sea level. So when I first moved here, I had issues with dehydration, and I've collapsed multiple times from dehydration here. It was very scary. But when you're in high elevation, you have to have more water to be able to get the oxygen in your blood and stuff to be able to reach your cells. So I've learned to hydrate better, and part of that is using structured water, which Franklin has really coached me on. The ability to electrolyze your water, ionize the water, alkalize the water. By doing this, you don't have to drink as much of the water. When you have structured water, a smaller amount of water will hydrate you way better. And part of that is using salt, which is electrolytes, and electrolyzing your water with salts can help your body absorb that water into the cells better. And another part of that is ionizing the water, which I use lemon juice to ionize the water. And when I try to drink water that's not structured, it kind of is hard to drink. It hurts my throat to try to swallow the water. So my body's like, no, don't drink too much of this. But when I try to drink this structured water, there's like no level of water that I like couldn't drink. My body just wants more and more. But I don't need that much. It's just like it's comforting to drink it. So I can really tell my body just like rewards me like this is the right kind of water that you need. And it's been a great journey to be able to learn how to find that aspect of health because I was always never drinking enough water. I would in my youth I would drink terrible things like energy drinks and sodas and things to try to hydrate because it's easier to drink. But over time, I found that it really bonks me out and it lowers my energy after the sugar high kind of wears out. So it would put me on this perpetual thing where I just need to go and get more of these toxic drinks to feel like I've got energy. But no, I recently quit caffeine and I started to use grapefruits in the morning. And grapefruit like really energizes me. It gets my spirits up, it gets my energy going. And I've been going back to doing exercise in the morning. They say that if you don't have time to do a walk or take exercise in the morning, that you could use caffeine to get your heart rate up instead. But personally, I feel like doing a little bit of exercise and things of the sort to be able to have maybe some citrus, things that kind of liven me up, are a much better alternative for me. So other people might find that as well, but it's different for everybody. I know citrus can be difficult for some people that have an acidic pH level, and it can be hard to have tomatoes and oranges. But if you're in a state like that, it's probably your body's crying out to you that you need to alkalize your diet. And in order by alkalizing your diet, you can actually decalcify your pineal gland as well. So it's actually a twofold beneficial move to do, where you can have better dream states, you can go into deeper states of meditation and have spiritual visions by decalcifying your pineal gland through alkalizing your diet. So alkalizing, a lot of things that you can use to alkalize, even though oranges are alkalizing, they are acidic. They have citric acid, which neutralizes when it hits water in the body when it's brought into the stomach. But if that's hard for you, you can start with melons. Melons are very easy for the body if you have high acidity, and they don't have any acid like the oranges, or if they do, it's very, very little. And I don't think they do really. So also berries can be helpful, but you have to realize that some berries are not alkalizing, like cranberries are acidic and blueberries are acidic, but they both have their own healing properties as well. Um, Cranberries are good to they're diuretic, so they can help things that are diuretic might help in the urinary tract and things like that. And they're also they all have polyphenols and antioxidants, which are great. And blueberries have one of the best polyphenols for the brain, anthocyanin. And anthocyanin is proliferating in blueberries. They also have other polyphenols as well. And so they're really polyphenols used to be referred to as antioxidants, but now they've been understood to be their own thing. And polyphenols are basically what plants use to protect themselves from being attacked by other things in nature. When something is decomposing, those things will start to take hold. But that's how plants keep mold and bacteria from attacking them with polyphenols. So when we take them into our body can protect ourselves from damaging microbials that can affect our gut health and our tissues. So it can keep us healthier. But it's been a beautiful journey trying to figure out how I can shift my diet and my lifestyles and my life that I've gone through many stages of to be able to come to where I'm at today. And a lot of this I learned from the youthing practices of functional medicine, which is also known as integrative medicine, integrating Eastern preventative medicine with Western medicine. So I love traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, and it's really strongly connected to Vedic science and Vedic medicine of India. And they both have so many insights that are thousands of years old with naturopathic remedies And this kind of stuff is just incredible. I'm lucky to have moved away from the sick care system of pharmakia and pharmacy medicine into naturopathy. And it's just been a beautiful shift, because a lot of the things in the sick care system are a band-aid approach to medicine where they don't address the root cause. But when you use naturopathy, not only does it address the thing that you're working on, but it will also have like beneficial side effects that are going to help with other things. And a lot of doctors found that when you use things for gut health, it actually impacts the mood in a healing way. And so it'll take away whatever mood issues you might have had as well, a lot of times. So it's been really helpful for me. You have to find things that are cater to your particular tastes and your needs, and your blood type plays a role in this too. So part of self-mastery, learning about yourself, brings harmony and balance in so many ways, whether that's dietary and lifestyle things in the material plane, or learning about your emotional body and your spiritual body in the zodiacal, and spiritual planes. That kind of stuff can really help us understand what makes me who I am, and how can I work on my weaknesses, and how can I make those strengths. And I read a quote that says you can turn your demons into diamonds, and that pearl is made from abrasive sand, and initially, that eventually is turned into something of great beauty, even though it was at first destructive. And also, people also mention diamonds come from great pressure, and they're only caused by going through those pressures and those challenges. So there's a lot of paradoxical aspect to all of these shifts that happen. And they've really helped me kind of open my mind to see beyond the black and white thinking that's kind of been pushed on us. That's a lot simpler to understand, but it doesn't really have as many insights. It doesn't lead to wisdom as much as coming around to understand paradoxical nominalism, which is just a fancy way of saying the different shades of gray. And I think the yin yang has been an important way for me to branch into this and to start to expand my consciousness, because the yin yang has black and white, but there's white within the black and there's black within the white. And so it's just a small aspect of each within the other, but it has a big impact. So I feel like that's a good way for people to start on a simple basis of being able to understand the paradox and understand nominalism, how to see the shades of gray and see beyond the simple ways of thinking that have kind of been taught to us in indoctrination. But I also feel like indoctrination is a big thing that has been pushed towards associations with the corporeal nature of the lower mind. And so the focus on materialism and indoctrination takes away from the balance of understanding that we do have corporeal and carnal needs of the body, and we have urges that come around in our bodies that drive us to have, certain impulses. But if we also balance those and complement those aspects with our spiritual and higher consciousness, then we can be in a place where we might not be drawn towards transgressive iniquities of the various downsides to being able to move through life, and being drawn into like various transgressive ways, like gluttony and complacency and lust and wrath. And these things are easy to fall into because we just kind of can feed on the impulse that's coming without the guidance system of our higher consciousness and spirituality to help us fine tune those. We can become lost in them. But if we understand that there's moral implications to our thoughts and behaviors and actions, and if we really think about how things are going to play out and the consequences of our behaviors, we can start to realize that if I work towards understanding what's best for one and all, instead of just best for me or best for someone else at my expense, then we can really come to a place where we're doing things that are mutually beneficial. The people usually fall on one side. Either they're going to do things as in service to themselves at the expense of others, or they're going to do things that are in service to others at the expense of the self. And both of these can be debilitating. Sometimes people think, oh, I'm doing everything for myself right now because that's the best thing, even though it might harm people around me. I've got, all these rewards, and like they should just join me and do what I'm doing. But by doing that, people put themselves in a place of isolation. By serving ourselves and just doing things that only serve the self at the expense of others, it can lead us to a place where we're driving those people away from us and we're losing our chance to have integration and compassion for them. But by realizing that the separation between ourselves and others and ourselves and our inner selves is delusional, as part of egoic thinking, we can then transcend the detriments of egoic thinking and the delusions of separation. We can then step into the connection with our higher consciousness, with our inner self, the connection with our community. And sometimes part of this is looking towards something that we used to blame for our issues and seeing it in a new light with forgiveness at first, and then eventually love and understanding. And when we can get to that place, it kind of opens things up where no longer is there an enemy. Now, everything is this part of the solution. And we are coming into a place where, even in the worst of times, we find blessings in disguise and opportunities for us to be able to be of service, whether that's to ourselves in loving ourselves, or to others in loving others with our self-love, or loving nature, even though it's dangerous and difficult, to be able to provide reciprocity to the benefits that have been given to us of generosity of nature and the benevolence of Mother Nature that's she's provided to us without asking anything in return. It's easy to just take those offerings from nature and, instead of reciprocating them with benevolence, just exploit nature. It's easy to do that. Look, we can get all these resources. We can help the community if we pick all the ginseng in all the mountains. We can make money and bring up the per capita of our nation by having a better export commodity. And but people fail to realize this is part of nature. The animals need ginseng too. And if we take even if we just go to the point where we take 9 out of 10 of the ginseng, by leaving one there at least, we're doing a lot better than people have completely abominated the natural environment and depleted it of the beautiful healing herbs that grow here. So ginseng is growing wild here in the Smoky Mountains. It's like a 350 million year old temperate rainforest here, and the elk still roam here. It's a beautiful place. But a lot of people get carried away with ginseng picking and hunting. Luckily, they use on the national parks very strict guidelines. You're not allowed to do it there. So they're trying to understand that it's being depleted, and even there, people go there and they'll get it there too. But it's very, very good medicine, and it's one of the only stimulants that's actually good for the heart. So the heart problems are the leading cause of death for humans, and ginseng can be used to counter that. But there's also a new sugar called D-ribose, which is a cellular sugar that can be used to heal heart conditions, and it also helps reduce. It can help with obesity, reduce people's body fat within 6 weeks. People can then be in a lean state where they can get rid of their body fat. And it takes away wrinkles within 2 weeks. So it's even faster than that process of reducing body fat. It has a lot of benefits. But of course, it's not necessarily naturally occurring. It has to be made from cells. I think they make them from bacterial cells. But there's natural ways to help the heart too. And so ginseng is one of those things. Another one is sarsaparilla. They're both very similar. They call sarsaparilla American ginseng, but I don't think they're actually in the same family. They look similar and have similar effects. But they used to make root beer out of sarsaparilla and birch roots, but nowadays it's just beaver sphincter and crystallized bleached sugar. But if you can get sarsaparilla drinks. They're really good for you, and they're delicious too. And sometimes people make their own soda with like carbonated mineral water and pine needles from white pines. It's kind of a little mountain tonic that they make here. It's pretty good. I think it's alkalizing too. And there's a lot
Yeah,
of
man.
antioxidants. Go ahead, Franklin.
Yeah, brother. There's an interesting perspective. Obviously, I think we tend to over acidify our bodies. And so the acidity presence in the body is an abundance of positive ions in the body, right? Like what we call in biochemistry, positive ions. And alkalinity is what we call a more abundance of negative ions. And it's very interesting because if you walk on the earth is like this. Now, from a 2D perspective, it's like this. So I can walk a few yards that way, or I can walk a few yards that way, or I can walk a few yards that way, and the ions change. And it's like that pretty much most places on the earth. Some places it could be as much as 1 yard. Some places it could be 2 or 3 or 4, 5 yards. Some places it could be as much as 10 yards, the frequency of these waves. And so these waves are really interesting. That's why, like, if you want to grow food in your property, you're better to find out where's the abundance of negative ions more so than positive ions, because the abundance of negative ions improves. So you've got different kinds of bacteria. For example, if you've got a compost pile, you want to put your compost pile where the positive ions are, right? So if you're a genius like biofarmer, you suss out your property. These are the positive ion rich areas. These are the negative ion rich areas. In the positive ion rich areas, that's where I let my soil lay fallow. So I move my soil around, right? And I make a pile of soil there, and I put my fertilizer into the soil, and I have my composting in that space. The microbes that thrive on positive ions are destructive, and they tend to want to destroy things. They're very much, and it's a necessary part of nature. That's why nature has this balance. But the microbes that thrive in places where there's negative ions, they are more about the exchange of nutrition. So those microbes will be microbes that will engage with different kinds of molds, and not all molds are necessarily anaerobic, right? You get aerobic mold as well. This is really interesting. So the ones that are more aerobic are basically, they are in tune with biological life. So a tree, for example, will be exchanging nutrients with various different systems under the ground. And this exchange rate, like the tree gives exudes, which is some of its excess sugars, which it exudes through the roots. And then the microbes will exchange minerals for those exudes, because the tree's got plenty of sugar. It's got lots of light. It's all it does, the sugar engine. But it needs minerals. So it gets the minerals from the microbes that use the sugars to digest the minerals in the soil. And so those other microbes then pass away and become fuel for the microbes that act as an exchanger. It's really interesting. So you've got all these different microbes living together, and where you've got balances of more of one kind of microbe, it's better for certain kinds of plants because they need the more acidity in the soil. But for like the food growing plants, for example, they want to be in a place where there's not too many negative ions. Is that right? Not too many positive ions. Sorry, let me get that right. So you can literally decide where to plant your food in your garden if you study these ions quite carefully. Now, the human body is interesting, right? The human body is the same. You mentioned drinking citrus and lemon. Now, citric acid is acidic, right? But when it goes into the body and it breaks down, I think what is it? It's magnesium and calcium, and it's got other elements in it that actually alkalize. So once the citric acid's been broken down in the body, it becomes an alkalizing agent in the gut. Now, when the gut becomes alkalized, it builds a different ratio of different microbes in the gut. Now, this affects the acidity in your blood subtly. Now, your blood's got like a particular target range. It wants to be between X and Y, whatever that is. What is it like? I forget what it is. Is it... Anyway, I forget the specific amounts, but it's got a fairly small range. But that small range, it makes a big difference. Now, here's the point. I believe, and from my experience, if you go to places where there's decay, you will attract a certain kind of spiritual energy, certain kind of spiritual entity. If you go to places where there's flowers, you will attract a different kind of spiritual entity. So I think there's a connection here between the acidity levels in our blood and the acidity levels in our gut, especially, and the kind of non-physical beings that we interact with on the day-to-day, whether we're conscious of it or not conscious of it. And I think that there's some powerful alchemy behind how this all fits together. So having a non-acidic body isn't just better from a physical health perspective, it's better from a mental health perspective. That's an interesting perspective to understand, because much of our mental health is governed once again by our gut. So our biome in our gut, when you have a healthy, balanced biome, which isn't too far alkaline or too far acidic, but has sufficient alkalinity in it, because those negative hydrogen ions, they actually drive out the excess positive ions, moving towards a balance. And I think that the way that we live and eat is generally excessively acidic. Most people have excessively acidic guts, so they have eczema, gut issues, diarrhea, constipation, leaky gut, whatever it is. People have all sorts of. But I think this is fairly common these days because of all the white breads and all the high, like you said, Indy, the sugars. All those disaccharide sugars, especially, I think they're really toxic for the gut, because like sugars feed microbes. So if you put too much sugar in your gut, you're going to feed, and if you put a certain kind of sugar in your gut, that sugar turns to acid, disaccharide. And so the disaccharide sugars, which is what you get in your soda pop drinks and everything, is basically turning your gut acidic, which is making it a home for microbes that are more acidic. And because you've got more acidic microbes, that affects your consciousness, your moods. Your brain is wired into your gut, and the biome in your gut has a huge, powerful effect on your neurological biochemistry, which is going to affect your hormonal states, which is going to affect your mental states, which is going to affect the patterns of your thoughts and your feelings. And that's going to affect what kind of energetic beings you're in league with and in resonance with. So there's something to really think about, your gut health.
Yeah, there's definitely a link between trans fats and transhumanism.
Absolutely. I just want to mention that pine needles I was talking about earlier are actually acidic, but they're packed with nutrient-dense vitamins and antioxidants. They have vitamin C and A, which boost immunity and help with respiratory health. They also soothe congestion, and they also improve heart health and reduce inflammation. And there's a lot of flavonoids and phenolic acids in the antioxidant profile that reduce oxidative stress, which is beneficial for mitochondrial health, which will improve your energy and vitality. But sorry to cut you off, Shinobi. I just wanted to mention that correction.
That's all good, man. I just wanted to say that that trans fats in the body, like like seed oils and stuff like that, in like like foods like margarine, like fry, stuff like that can clog the body. And that's linked to like those trans fats are linked to transhumanism, which is synonymous with transhumanism, because when you eat crap food, you have rubbish thoughts, and you have less of a flow in your body. So therefore you're basically easier to be programmed mentally, depending on what you're eating. If you're eating dead food, you become a corpse operation for the corporations, like a dead entity that can just be controlled like a puppet. So it's very important that we put life into our bodies, and then our thoughts will become more lively too.
You know, so as we're talking about the whole indoctrination thing, I think it's also important to talk about not just that the powers that be, you know, they want us to have certain thoughts, but I think it's also not just what we think, but how we think. Because I was thinking about, like, well, I was having a snack earlier just now about how in school and in religion and just kind of like in various, you know, in cultures in general, because I realize mostly in school, is that you basically learned your whole life to defer to experts. You have to kind of like have your work sort of looked at. And we're kind of basically trained to not trust our own judgment, because we're always told, oh, you got to defer to this expert. You got to talk to this priest. You got to talk to this teacher, this scientist. And I don't have anything wrong with the idea of like experts, or like, let's say you don't know how to, like, you know, fix a car and you talk to someone who's an expert at car. But at a certain point, you know, you start to realize that in doing so, with this kind of process of having to always be dependent upon people who have expertise, that you don't really learn how to judge things for yourself. And so we're kind of trained to basically doubt our own judgment, because there's this idea that there's somebody smarter out there that's going to say you're wrong. So don't try to have any opinions of anything right now. And it's very disempowering, you know, in a way. And I think when it comes to, you know, people who, you know, are quote unquote indoctrinated, it's interesting when you put them in a position where you're kind of like letting them just kind of like do whatever they want, and just like, you know, and they just kind of like sit there like frozen. Like, there's certain people in my life who like, they play piano, but they only play sheet music. They don't just go on the piano and just kind of like, you know, play whatever. And, you know, when you say like, all right, try playing this without sheet music, and they just like stand there with a deer in the headlights, and they have nothing to do. And I think when it comes to like ideas and the way we process information, there's a kind of a similar sense where there's a sense of that, you know, you're dependent upon other people. And I think a lot of this is also due to, you know, human evolution, and the fact that, you know, human beings are essentially a tribal species, you know. And in ancient times, like, if you weren't in good, you know, graces with the tribe, if you didn't agree with them, that could mean your potential death. If you got exiled from the tribe and you're all by yourself, you know, that might be the end for you. And so we've developed this sort of need to, you know, belong to the group and belong to the pack. And in doing so, with that dependence, we never really develop our own independent thoughts, and we never are able to, you know, develop our own judgment on things. So when it comes to, you know, it's not just that, you know, the powers that be are telling you to believe in this and believe in that, don't believe this, don't believe. They're actually telling you how to structure information, how to understand the world, and sort of put everything together. And a lot of it seems to be, you know, don't trust your own judgment, don't trust what you've seen, you know, you're a loser, you know, you're dumb, you don't have the expertise, you didn't go to this school, you didn't meditate for X amount of years, so you're not allowed to have any like statement on what reality is, what you believe, and who you are. And I think that we don't, and I think part of that is that what I've noticed with people is that, for me, instance, I approach life like it's a mystery. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going to be on there. I'm just kind of figuring the world out as I go along. And I think a lot of people, I think most people, I don't know if they really view the world like that. They kind of have this idea that their religion explains everything, that science has everything figured out. And they never really sit with that sense of mystery and uncertainty, which is really uncomfortable for people. But, I think it's important for developing yourself and having your own independent worldview, because sometimes the group dynamic is wrong. Sometimes the consensus is wrong about stuff. Like if the consensus was always right, we'd still be in the Middle Ages, essentially, like just going along with the mad crowd or whatever. And there has to be people who basically say, no, I'm not going to go along with the group, because sometimes the group is heading off a cliff. And sometimes there's got to be somebody that says, hey, maybe we shouldn't walk off of this cliff. But if you live your life, thinking, oh, well, I can't, think for myself because I'm not good enough. I got to defer to an expert. I got to defer to a priest. I got to defer to the person who is at the top level of the religion. And I can't discern reality for myself. Well, Cosmic here is saying that you can.
I went to a PTA meeting a couple of weeks ago, and at the end of it, because I was saying about how we should get stainless steel cups in the school instead of plastic. And at the end, somebody asked, there were like 4 people there. They said, "Oh, is water your thing? Is that what you do? Are you like a water expert?" I was like, "No, that's just one of the elements. I'm interested in them all." And I said to her, I was like, "Have you heard of the experiments with water of I think his name's Nemoto?" And she said no. So yeah, that's I always forget. So anyway, I said that to her. I explained it, and explained how our words affect the water and how it works basically. And she started shaking. She stood up and started like I'd triggered something in her, because she was like, "No, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right." I was like, "Yeah, no, it's science." And she was like, "Well, you have science and then you have science." I had to bite my tongue to mention, oh, like with COVID and trust the science, that kind of science. But I know that she was vaccinated. You can always tell, because that, or like not just once, probably many times, because that just blocks the flow in people. You can mention something and it just triggers them, rather than just letting it flow through them. Like, why was she shaking? Like, basically the gist is I said that I did a talk to Orion's reception class last year, and it was about water and cymatics and how we should talk kindly to each other because we're made of water, and water picks up on these frequencies and stuff. And the kids loved it, all the parents loved it. This lady is a parent, and she was like, "No, that's not science." Do you know what she does as a job? She's an astrophysicist. Now, I wonder if she knows if there's water in space. Probably not. So she's an expert in astrophysics, but doesn't know the fundamentals about water and cymatics and how it carries information and frequency and energy and vibration. Like, so I just had to share that on top of what you said, Cosmic. I found it funny.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Somebody's got to remind her that she's an astrophysicist, not a biochemist. She's not a biologist. She should stick to what she knows. Stick to space. You're good at out there in space, but we're talking about the real world here, yeah. And there's science, and then there's science, yeah, astrophysics, yeah. There's science, and then there's science, right? That's just theoretics, man. Did you go there? No, I didn't go there. Did you see for yourself? Did you do an experiment? No. Wow, it's theoretic. Oh, theoretically. What did you actually do? Any actual scientific experiment? Well, I can't go to space. Right. So it's not really science, is it? No, it's philosophy. No, it's not. It's science. Oh, right. You see, astrophysics is really philosophy. But you won't get an astrophysicist acknowledging that unless you're actually stationed in space, right? And you're actually doing the experiments in space. How's it scientific? So arguably, Immortal's science is more scientific than her astrophysics. She wouldn't handle that very well. That's why she was shaking, see? But, getting back to what you were saying, Cosmic, I think it's I think that is really that's what you've said there is you've nailed. That is the programming. That's like the major part of the programming, and it's not new, right? How to think, how to behave. I realized this when I was in school. That was when I was like 9, 10, I figured this out. And when I was like 10, I trashed my school for it. I was like, these people aren't teaching us anything. They're trying to control the way we think. And I was like offended. And luckily I found other children that were offended, just like I was offended. And we decided to do something about it. They got into a lot of trouble for that. But my poor mother, she had to fit that. Our parents had to fit the bills. And there was a lot of money. Let's just put it that way. We did we trashed the school, man. Bad news. Wow. A lot of damage. A lot of school had to be closed for days for the repair work, right? And so we wanted to make the school so that they couldn't force us to go back there anymore because it was trashed. That was our goal, right? We wanted to like break it down. Like if we had a bulldozer, you know what we would have done? Pile of rubble. But so anyway, I think like what you're saying is so on point, and we understand that as children. That's my point. Like if you're sitting in a class with young kids and you were to ask them, like, what do you think about this school where you're at? And they'd be like, well, we can't just be ourselves. Oh, you can't just be yourselves. No, we can't be ourselves because we get into trouble if we just want to be ourselves. We got to be like they want us to be. Oh, right. And that's probably the biggest takeaway. A lot of the children, if you were to have like a sincere, honest conversation with them about how they actually feel about school, you'd get a lot of that back from kids. Unhappiness to the fact that they have to be something that they're not. And I think like that's a big part of the education system when we're young. And let's face it, Cosmic, it's not new, right? The powers that be used to use religion for that, didn't they? And then they realized that like there was a new religion, and the new religion was science. And they had to shift over to the new religion of science. And then they made new churches for that religion, which was schools, right? So that they could get hold of us when we were younger. They realized that churches are very good and all. The problem with the church is you only get hold of someone when they're old enough to read and actually think. We need to get hold of them when they're really, really, really young, because that's when we can really program them to be what we want them to be and behave in the way that we want. So they had to shift their perspective to get better efficiency and better results, which I think is exactly what they've done. And yeah, exactly. Collis, how do I say your name? Is it Collis? Collis? I don't know how to say that one. Please forgive me. But I think that a big part of the problem that we're facing these days is the children. Well, the so-called aim of education. I think the aim of learning would be, Gregory, the aim of learning. If we had a learning collective, a learning hub, right? A learning academy. I don't like that word. A learning hub. I like that word, rather than an education. Because like when I think of the word duke, right? And what the dukes is about court. And so the dukes managed the legislative system, and the legislative system was put in front of us, which is the law. So the law was administrated by the dukes. And then when the law changed from the king's law to the law of the politicians, then they used the mercantile law. And that was when they needed to give us birth certificates, right? And citizenship. And then they needed the banks to control us, right? And the banks controlled us by using currency. And that currency was the baseline for the legislative system, because it's all about ledgers, right? And financial worth. And so that whole system these days is administered by the proverbial dukes. Now, there's this little girl some years ago. Do you remember the little girl? I actually found a video of her, a newsreel of her, where she had done a research over a summer holiday with her grandfather of all the American presidents, right? And that every single American president except for one, I'll repeat that, every single American president is royalty, British monarchy royalty, every single one except for one. And in modern day study, the historians, they only take the father's side, but this little girl followed both the father's side and the mother's side, right? And the father's side and the mother's side, basically, when you look at both the ancestral lines of the father and the mother, it's unanimous. There is no president in America that isn't related. Obama is related to British royalty. Believe it. Believe it. This is the extent of what we're talking about here. And I'm pretty sure that must be the case everywhere in the world. I would not be surprised.
I thought Obama didn't actually have a birth certificate or a passport.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a story I heard. But she's just talking about the genial tree, right? Like the parents, grandparents. But you're right about that. Please, sorry, Indy, jump on, brother.
Yeah, he had British lineage, and through his father, I believe, and he was of the Islam faith. So, and I think that he was from Hawaii. I could be wrong about this, but he was technically from American, but not born as an American and did not receive American citizenship and a passport, but he might have gotten it later, of course. But he was I guess a naturalized citizen, I think. I'm not really sure. But yeah, the whole thing about the American politics is fascinating to me. It's always been very strange. I felt like there's something going on here that doesn't really add up. And I learned about the War of 1802. Now, America won its independence in 1776. But in 1802, there was a war where Britain took America back as its colony. And then we lost our sovereignty. And the Constitution and Bill of Rights were ratified in 1812. And they hid away some of the ratifications that they had made. Like there was part of the Bill of Rights that said that Americans are no longer allowed to use the titles of royalty because we're not a sovereign nation, we're a colony of England. And so they took away the Prime Minister of America and replaced it with the presidency. And so there's only 3 countries in the world that don't have a prime minister. There's America, the United States of America, there's Mexico, and then there is, of course, Switzerland. And Switzerland is a colony of Italy, which is evident by the fact that the Vatican has Swiss guards. Mexico is a colony of Spain. And then, actually, no, I think there's another one, Venezuela. So I believe there are 4. And Venezuela, is it Venezuela? Yeah, Venezuela, I believe it is a colony of Germany. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the United States of America being a colony of England. So these 4 countries are the military strong arms of their mother countries. And so when there's conflict, these countries can use their military strong arm to draw the attacks and be used to attack their enemies without drawing attention back to themselves. This has been a strategic move by the royals to have a military strong arm that's far away from them, that seems to be unrelated. But for the people of the Americas, this is something that we didn't find out until Zeitgeist started to bring up an understanding of marine admiralty law. And through our understanding of marine admiralty law, we started to realize that we can have our sovereignty. We have to use a code with our signature. That's a number code. And we have to have a live birth certificate. And we can ask for a true bill for our utilities and various expenses of our residences, being able to own a home. Apparently, the state is supposed to be the trustee and pay for all of the fees for one to live. And when we ask for a true bill, it should be adding to $0 because we don't pay for those things. The state is the trustee that's supposed to pay for that. And also, if we have a live birth certificate, then we become sovereign. But the birth certificate that we're given suggests that we are the chattel of the corporation of the United States of America. And in that, by having a birth certificate that's not the live birth certificate, we're then traded on the stock market. So our social security numbers, the numbers that they give us, refer to us as chattel or the property of a corporation. And through that, we're considered to be the willfully ignorant, or sometimes referred to as the walking dead. So basically, we're considered to be dead or lost at sea without having a live birth certificate. And so they basically consider that the fact that we're not even alive, we have no human rights. So then they're allowed to do basically whatever they want with our politic. And some rumors have come around recently that an American paid off our debts to England or to France, and that we bought back our sovereignty, and that the Constitution has been brought back into action. But I think there's a lot of misinformation to try to keep people from whistleblowing about this kind of stuff. And they're just trying to keep the information from getting out. But there's always more to learn about this stuff, and it's very fascinating to learn about some of the aspects of the corrupt
Is
world.
it just me? Or is Indy's voice going all doing the robot?
You're the one doing the robot, Franklin. Indy sounds fine on my end.
Oh, good. I could see that I would want to block this information from getting out. So I'm glad it was me, though. But yeah, there's a lot going on there, and there's definitely something fishy going on with the politics. But the thing is like they've tried to have us participate in the war machine, and they want us to think, oh, this nation is the bad guy, that nation is the bad guy, and we need to start a war with them to fix everything. But really, what's going on is the world government is the bad guy. And so it's easier for them to just have us go off and fight other people that are not part of the royals. They're not part of the world government. So they have the people that are the bottom rung of society go off and kill and be killed, thinking that they're trying to help their country. But at the same time, we're just following the directives of the people that are the actual enemy, people that have taken away our human rights, the people that have exploited us, taken away our ability to use the money that we have, that we're able to get, to be able to even live with comfortably. A lot of people throughout the world struggle, work really hard to be able to have a means to be able to live well. And instead of being able to do that, we either have basically compromised our integrity to be able to have riches, or we have worked so hard and still can't even manage to pay our bills and feed our families. So it's something that has recently been whistleblowed about the fact that the Nazi movement was actually trying to disseminate the Zionist socialist movement that was taking over the finances of Germany and doing detrimental things to the children that we don't have to go into the details of, but I think people are aware of what's going on with this globally right now, where our children and women are in a compromised place. 800 million children a year disappearing from the world. And who's doing this? Why is this happening? And I can tell you one thing, it's not just that one country that they've told you is the bad guy and the source of all the problems. It's the world government. And the fact is that we've been under psyops, and we've been put through so much misinformation and disinformation that it's hard for people that actually do find the truth to be able to be heard. because so many people are so deeply immersed in indoctrination to believe in the lies, which is hammered down to us through like news broadcasting. And it's like the casting of spells. They use the words, and the Medea was a snake goddess. And that's where the word media comes from. And so they're taking this to imply like the slithering sneakiness of a snake, to use the casting of spells, not necessarily to dispel wisdom, but more so to use the serpentine aspect of being venomous and being dangerous, and also being pretty slick and sly to be able to get away with doing all these things. So I think a lot of this has become evident to people starting with 2020, with everything that happened then and the things that are happening now. People are starting to wake up to the idea that what's being put in front of our eyes, the carrot on a stick, it's like, are you going to go after this carrot? The problem is this guy. And a lot of people are starting to question these narratives that are being pushed toward us, maybe trying to demonize the Islam population or Israel to the Western world, and say that they're going to take over our finances and that they're responsible for us not being able to afford things and inflation. But really, AI is taking huge amount of resources to be able to be run. The amount of money that it takes to use the power and water that is used for running AI is way too much. It takes over 500 million people's worth of power to be able to run their own homes and provide them with transportation to and from their work and power their workplace, for 500 million people to be able to run the AI system. So inflation has simultaneously increased around the world, and it partially has a lot to do with the resources that are being taken by AI. But also at the same time, our situation was not good in the first place. And it's a lot to do with the world government being controlled by the banking system and the bankers. And they've taken the resources that they've inflated, and they've made us reliant upon these resources and enticed us with these resources, like the gold and diamond exchange, petroleum, and various utilities of power. All these various things are taking away from our ability to become sovereign and use like natural power, like the ability to use water power, wind power, solar power, could potentially help us break away from the need to participate in these toxic utilities. Now, here in North Carolina, where I am, they've taken over 60% of the coal plants, and they've switched them over to fracked gas, natural gas plants. And so to me, when I heard that, I was absolutely horrified, because fracking of gas completely destroys the environment, and the entire towns have to be evacuated because the natural water sources become polluted with natural gas. And you go around to look at the lakes and the ponds, and all the fish and the amphibians are belly up dead. And it begins to like break down and turns into this like terrible wasteland that was prophesied by Hermes like thousands of years ago, where we're not only destroying the earth and the water, but the air too. And there's over 200,000 toxicants in the air now from industrial mechanization, waste products. And it's an important time to be able to have a lot of polyphenols and antioxidants in our diet and regiment, and being able to purge and clear a lot of these toxic things from our bodies through sweating and through exercise. It can be helpful for us to understand that things have gotten to dangerous levels. And if we start growing our own food at home with like healthy soil, we're going to be receiving the magnesium and the various minerals and vitamins that we need from our food that are destroyed by synthetic fertilizers and pesticides and fungicides and herbicides and all these various things. So there's like so many things that are happening right now, but naturopathy and like growing your own food these kind of things are not very hard and they're not very expensive. Like a little bit of dirt and some sunshine and rain is like all we need to make our food. It grows out of the ground. You know, it's not rocket science. You plant a seed in there, you get yourself some good soil, and it'll take care of itself. You have to do a couple things and watch after a little bit, maybe give it some water if it's not getting enough rain. But things have gotten very strange. And here in North Carolina, the winter went from usually being a cold, snowy winter to being like summertime, where it was like 75 degrees in the wintertime. And now springtime's come in, everybody's like, oh, it's spring now. Now winter came back in the springtime, and it's like it was snowing, and it's been like in the 30s and 40s of degrees, and people are walking around outside with shorts and tank tops and t-shirts in 30 degrees weather. It's just gotten to be very imbalanced and strange. But we know that in the northern hemisphere, there's many more impacts of the climate change. And a lot of this stuff is said to in our country just be the result of Democrats trying to lie to get funding for environmentalism, and that it doesn't have anything to do with the actual environment. So a lot of people have been discouraged from even believing that this is real, and they just blame it on the Democrats. Whereas I don't know why people are so silly to think that one side is better than the other. Because personally, I feel like on the Republican side, that people that receive free benefits should probably do something to receive free benefits. No matter what their condition is. I feel like they could volunteer in some way to help their community and then receive the free benefits by doing that. And they would feel a sense of purpose, connection to their community. And I feel like they didn't just work somebody over to get free stuff out of them, which is a terrible thing to spoil people with. Also, on the Democrat side, I feel like rich people should pay taxes. You know, it's like the politicians here, not only do they not pay taxes, and if they did, we'd have a lot more revenue for our roads and infrastructure and for our education system, but for like so many other things too. Not only are they not paying their taxes, but they've been found to be stealing trillions of dollars from our money that's supposed to be used for Social Security and stuff. So things are just getting out of control in this current epoch right now. And people are starting to wake up. And I feel like it's just going to be a matter of time before a nonviolent, non-compliant revolution is going to be made where people are going to start to take the power back. There's so many more of us than this small amount of elites that are controlling us and exploiting us. So if we took it in our hands to be able to build a new system as Socrates thousands of years ago told us that we could do, instead of trying to fight the old system, because that's what they're trying to get us to do, either fight our own system or fight some other bad guy that's the problem. But we don't need to fight anything. We need to integrate. We need to smarten up. We need to come together and come up with a better plan and create a new system, which is going to be a lot easier and cheaper than the crazy super farming systems that they have with all these crazy chemicals and giant machines. We don't really need all that stuff. We could just basically work a barter trade agroeconomy where people provide their own personal services and products that they make at home, whether that's like artwork or jewelry or clothing or food or water or beverages. It's not that hard to make something that you're interested in doing, something you're passionate about. And I think it's also very rewarding once you start to create something for yourself and offer it as a gift to your community. So we can start doing more of that. That's the solution. Having to fight something, that's not even part of the issue. We have to start to build something together. And that's really what's going to bring us together in the end, I think, to be able to rise up and take the power back and create a system that's going to be sustainable, that's going to be healing, that's going to help us overcome all of this pollution that's been created by mechanized industrialization. And as spoiled as we've become from all this digital media and technology, I think it's much more rewarding and gratifying and enriching to like read a book, as as difficult as it might be to hear. But I think a lot of people have mentioned that through digital media, we're hearing like a big loop of the same information go round and round in circles. But when people read a book and one person reads about one thing, another person reads about another, they can have a conversation about things that's not even brought to the media yet. Things that are like secret mysteries and amazing insights that authors know about but never really reached the mainstream, that we can start bringing into our communities. And it does take some more work, opening a whole book and having the patience and focus to be able to read that book. But I think part of that is walking away from the things that are detrimental to our focus and attention spans, like yellow 5, tartrazine, is absolutely detrimental to our focus and attention and comprehension. Also, there's like many other things that take away, like sugar, for example, is detrimental to our brain health. It's been causing Alzheimer's for people that reach older ages after having a sugar-rich diet, which is something they don't mention to us. So, as many like scientific breakthroughs that have been made to now test for amyloid plaques, there's like natural things that have been found to increase brain health, like mangoes and mango extract. That can actually reverse Alzheimer's. So, one of the things is mangoes are like a tropical fruit, so it could be difficult for people to achieve being able to transport mangoes to a temperate region for people that need them for their brain health. But we could make mango extract and transport that, which has a much better shelf life. Now, I also wanted to mention earlier how we were talking about trans fats. They're mostly from partially hydrogenated oils, which there's no safe level of partially hydrogenated oils to eat. They're always poisonous, and they've put them in the food because they have a better shelf life. But there's no reason why anybody should be ever eating those. This is only for the profit of the corporations that they even have in our foods. But there are trans fats that are in some meat and dairy products naturally. But those are part of the acidic food diet that people are overly bringing into their regimens. But if they have, still have some meat and dairy, but take 1 day off a week from meat and dairy, that's all it really takes to clear and purge the liver of those toxicants that lower our vitality. So you can have, a vegetarian diet or vegetarian and fish diet 1 day of the week, and it will help you overcome the detriments of an acidic diet. And they say that your health will be very similar to that of a vegetarian if you're able to do that. But so the answer is not having to completely take away the things that you really enjoy and that are common in your culture for like the staples of foods that you like and are familiar with, but just taking a little bit of time to balance that out and doing something that's a little different that was going to help you feel happier and healthier, have greater energy and vitality. And it's not as hard as people are being led to believe. It's a lot easier to get away from these things. There's ways to get away from partially hydrogenated oils. Just pay attention to the labels. Start giving your money to the people that create products that are going to make other people healthy too. So when you start to boycott the companies that have peanut butter that's partially hydrogenated oil, where there's other ones that cost the same amount that just has regular peanut oil or something like that, it's not going to be a detriment to your bills of your groceries. It's going to be just supporting people that are creating sound products made naturally that should be the ones that are being paid more. But people just go with these trendy things that they're familiar with. And over time, companies that have been established usually become more and more toxic over time because they can gain more profit that way. But then you have new companies that come out, they have better products with better ingredients. And so I think a lot of these new companies should be like the ones that we're looking towards that actually have integrity before they've been compromised. And sometimes you get involved in a company like Nature Plus, I think is the one that was overtaken by Hershey brand or something. I'm not exactly sure what brand it was exactly. But they were like a great food of integrity that had a lot of supplements and health foods. And then they got bought by, it was Nestle. They got bought by Nestle. And then they had all these like terrible additives that we didn't need and preservatives that were put in there. And the people that didn't know it was the same product, but now it's owned by new people and now has all this weird, strange Franken foods made from like petroleum-based products that are added in there, and they're said to be helpful because they're preservatives or whatever it is. But it's good to be able to pay attention to this stuff. And if we pay attention, eventually people can help spread the news to each other. Like when something's become compromised and which the good ones are. But there's a lot to this stuff, to being able to look past our indoctrination and start to really truly educate ourselves about the insights that can bring us into healing as a collective. It's a powerful time. We're all awakening together right now.
Hey, brother, you just hit a nerve for me. This is exactly what I was thinking about last week. I'm glad that this is where we're ending up, because this is really the holy war. This is really like where it comes down to. The holy war comes back down to taking personal responsibility for every little thing. And you were talking about fracking, and that was one of the things that actually inspired this track. Did you hear Another Way? Did you hear it? Yeah, I don't know if you've heard it. The track. It's a track that I came up with like in 2015 after I was on my own for quite a while in like the middle of nowhere. So I'm going to put that track on for, I don't know, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is. It gives us all a chance to take a little moment for the pee break. And I hope you guys enjoy this, but that picture that I've used as the screen for this track, and I didn't put the video on because I had to borrow footage from drones from Palestine to make the video, because to make the video, it had to be current. And currently, that's what we're doing. Let's face it. That's like where our money and our whole world view is, taking people and denativizing them. Take the native out of humanity and turn them into what we want them to be. And if they don't want to play ball, well, bang, And that's exactly what's going on with Palestine, right? They didn't want to sell out to the Western Bloc, and so Israel has, done what they've done. But anyway, here is a
become a bit of a joke, more of a muse. Did you wonder why it is the world's going just a little bit crazy? Did you wonder why it was the world seems to be that way? Did you wonder what it was to feel like things ought to be the way it is? Like it's not just moving on a merry-go-round in a fanfare circus, nothing to do and it's all hocus pocus. We burned the trees and we cut it away, stripped the world of all her beauty, and we stripped the beams on her flesh away and changed the air on the other day. There's gotta be another way. We gotta dig down and find another way, because the world is slowly slipping that way away. Preachers on the podium with one hand on the book and the other behind his back. Politicians and lies deceive us, keep us like flies in a trap. Did you ever ask yourself the question, who's in control? Why's this world that way? Taxes that would pay for missiles and bombs blowing up schools and hospitals. There's gotta be another way. We gotta dig down and find another way to save the day, 'cause there's gotta be another way. But time moves so fast like a merry-go-round, like you gotta hold on tight before you're left behind. There's gotta be another way. Gotta dig deep down and find another way today to save the day. Gotta be another way, yeah. Gotta dig deep down and find another way.
Well, there we go. I think that's sort of everybody's out taking a pee break. I realize it has to be done, man. Otherwise, by the end of the session, I'm sitting here like looking for jars, and it gets bad, man. I'm like, ugh. This isn't gonna work, you know, because I sit here and I've got all this water next to me because I get thirsty because I'm talking. Yeah, I'm glad you guys liked it. Yeah. I think this is like the epitome of where we're at, you know. We've got to find another way. And I think that another way starts with us, right? It starts with me, and it starts right here. And it starts with what I eat. It starts with what I use, what I consume. When I take a shower, okay, so here's a question to you guys. I used to live in Rajasthan in the deserts. And so when I lived in the desert, I used to have 1 bucket of water allocation for my washing my body, right? 1 bucket. And I used to use that water. Okay, so this is how I did it. Got 2 buckets, right? And a 3rd bucket, right? Because I had containers was no problem. So I would rinse myself first with a cup to catch the water in my 2nd bucket. Then when I'm wet, I would froth myself up and rub myself down and soap myself. Then I would carefully pour the water down and move the water down my arm so I can capture it all in the other bucket, and down the arm and down the leg. It's quite an art form, I tell you that much. So I can capture all the water from the first rinse, and then I would use that water to rinse myself again, capturing it in the other bucket. And then I would do it again, and then I would take another fresh rinse to rinse myself with the fresh rinse. And after rinsing myself with the fresh rinse, I would add that to the other bucket. Then I would take off my t-shirt and my dhoti, which I wear, put that in that bucket. And I would use that little thing and I would soap that up and I'd wash it, right? And then I would put that on the ground and I would dance on that while I'm rinsing myself into the bucket. Then I would pick that up, put that into the other bucket, and basically I would use this 1 bucket of water. You have no idea of what you can do with 1 bucket of water if you're intelligent. And then I would use half that bucket of water. I would keep half of that bucket of water that's used for the washing of my clothes, because I would have two showers in a day, right? With that 1 bucket of water, because I wanted to wash twice, because it's 48 degrees, 47 degrees in the shade. Like, you're sweating all day long. You want to wash twice, but you've got that 1 bucket of water. So now I live here in Cape Town and I don't have a bucket of water issue. But still, like, I turn the shower on, I wet myself, I turn the shower off, I wash myself, right? Then I turn the shower on, I rinse myself, then I turn the shower off. My cherry, how you doing? Namaste, I hope you're well. Welcome. And so for me, it's just normal that when I have a shower, I'm using about 2 to 3 minutes of water usage from my tap. That's it. And I'm not using it full tilt. I'm using it just the amount that I need. So I use, like, still to this day, probably about 2 buckets of water to shower. But I learned how to be so efficient by living in the desert, right? And that's just one example. Like, do we jump in the shower and just, because, well, the water's just there, just turn it on, right? Just use it, it's there. Or are you, like, conscientious, like, no, that water comes from somewhere. And if every one of us uses too much water, then we're going to have big water plants and salination and like that. Just how does this work, right? Like, how much electricity should I use? Should I waste electricity? Should I be careful with electricity? Should I waste water? Should I be careful with water? Clothes. Should I just wear clothes and, this clothes got a bit of a hole or stain on it? No worries, mate. I'll just give it a bit of bleach. I'll give it TLC and I'll wear it because, it's just clothing. Do I wear my clothes until it's finished? Because, this came from the earth, right? Oh, but it's cool. I can just buy more. Yeah, but I mean, even when I've had a lot of money, I'm still frugal with myself, with the things that I've got. Like I used to spoil my son's mother like ridiculously with everything. But that's how it is when you've got a lot of money and you there's a woman in your life, you don't think, you just. But for myself, I've always been frugal. I've never wanted anything more, simple things. And I think that's a really important place to start. The resources we use, how much we use, because it's an attitude that comes with that. It's not just about the resources, it's about the mindset. And when that mindset comes into that, then we start thinking about other things too, like food. Okay, am I wasting food and am I throwing food away? Well, there are hungry people in the world. If we change our attitudes, consciousness, that's going to affect our neighbor's consciousness, right? And there's a knock-on effect. And if enough of us change our attitudes, that will become a consensus vibrational field. And everybody will start thinking like that, right? So it's all about reaching that critical mass. And that critical mass starts now, and it starts with us, right? It's raining today. Talk about it's raining today. I used to go outside with a bar of soap when it rained and wash myself. Ayurvedic soap, natural soap. This is how I'm to me, it's normal for me to go and stand outside and wash myself in the rain if it's not too cold, because it's natural. It's going to be broken down in the soil. The soap doesn't have poisons in it. It's good to go. It's going to break down. It's biodegradable and there's free water. I know in the UK you might not be able to do that with the temperature so easily. Well, you can maybe in the mornings, right?
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, I wouldn't wash yourself with the rainwater here. We had fog on Monday or Tuesday, and I could sense that the fog was not good news. I know many people who've had a fever. I had a fever 2 days ago, and the temperature I'm still only 50% at the moment. There was something in that fog. I've been able to smell chemicals still in my nose. So yeah, maybe back in the day it was probably fine to drink rainwater or shower in it, but here in the UK it's not good news.
I got to kind of push back on this line of thought here, because I think you're there's a deeper problem that's not really being discussed here, because you talk about, the importance of conserving water, eating healthier, and just basically kind of being more conscientious about the planet. And it's not that people aren't aware that the planet is dying and going to hell. It's that they don't care. It's how can you, it's you want to help the world and stuff like that. It's there's okay, I want to save the world. Why should I care? The world is full of a bunch of idiots. Everything is terrible. Nature is out to get us. There's just nothing but horror and disease. Why should I care about nature if nature doesn't give a crap about me? That's the attitude that people have. It's that they feel unloved. They feel disconnected. So even all this talk about, saving the environment and saving things, it's not that people aren't aware. It's that they're just so full of despair that they don't give a shit. That's what's really going on, dude. So if we, and a lot of people, when they hear talk about, they just hear, who is this pretentious hippie telling me how I should live my life? Screw him. You got to realize, even though that's not your intent, that's how you're being perceived. So the way I look at this, man, is it's we got to in order to care about nature, you have to tell people that nature cares about you, because I think we're falling into the same trap of using guilt to try to inspire compassion. You're basically saying, shame on you for polluting, shame on you for taking all this water. You don't really love Mother Nature, you neglectful son. How dare you, you terrible wretch. That's how people feel. And for me, the reason I care about nature is not because someone tell me, oh, you're a bad person because you don't save enough water or you're not being a vegetarian, is because I've had mystical experiences where I felt the compassion from nature touch me. And that's what gets me to care about saving the world and saving on resources and, doing the right thing. But without that compassion, without that feeling of connection to the world, all this talk about saving resources and helping each other out just falls on deaf ears, because it's not, like I said before, it's not that people aren't aware that, the earth is dying. It's that they don't care that the earth is dying because they're so hopeless in their own hearts. They feel so much despair that it's almost like they just feel completely disconnected. So it's like, if we want people to care about the world, we got to get people to feel cared about. It's hard to care about the world when it feels like the world hates you and it just wants you dead. And all it does is it laughs at you and ridicules you. And it's like, why should I care about a world that seems to despise me and hate me and try to mock me and belittle me at every turn? Like, that's the thing we got to think about here. We got to cure our mental health. And I obviously understand that diet plays a part in that, eating healthier, has an effect on health. But we can't be we just got to reach out to people and recognize that the reason we are in a fucked up state and the reason everything is terrible is that it's we need someone to let us know things are going to be okay. And it's hard to, do all the stuff you guys are talking about. You just feel like nothing is okay and everything is going to be terrible. There has to be that love first. And I think if you make people feel loved and if you show them, I think what we need to show people is that nature is alive and that it's intelligent, and to have it come to you and really help people develop that empathy, because empathy doesn't come from guilt. It's like, when these Christians come along saying, how dare you do this? You gotta, pay this penance and you're sinful. And you just kind of feel like you do it out of fear. And that's kind of what I did for a while too. Being in this life, you always felt so guilty. Oh my God, I'm this terrible, wasteful person. I'm so horrible. I don't really care about Mother Nature. And sometimes I really take that guilt in, man, And I think that what changed me was just having the goddess come to you, look in your eyes and say, hey, I love you. It's okay. You're part of this. You're part of nature. You're part of the compassion. If you realize that there's a part of nature that does love you. And if we can get people to recognize that, that aspect of nature, I think then we can come to the conversation of, conserving water, conserving resources, and, taking care of the planet. But people can't be expected to take care of the planet when they've been taught that the planet doesn't care about you. Because people don't feel that. It's like you guys, like Indy, Franklin, Shinobi, we've had those shamanic experiences and we felt that love from the trees and the sky and the water and all that stuff. But the problem is most people have never felt that love before. They've never felt that connection. To them, nature just seems like this dead corpse. They're just and they just don't care. And so we got to do, I think, in our spiritual path, is we need to let people know Gaia is real. Show them that they care about them instead of making them feel guilty. Because I think a lot of people, even though they use resources, there's a part of them that feels guilty. There's this part of me, but they're so mired in their sadness, they feel there's no way out. And so they go into these negative thought patterns and these negative habits. And I think that what we got to do, and like I said, is just show that, dude, nature loves you. Nature, not only is nature your mother, but she loves you, dude. And that is what's going to get people to care about taking care of the environment, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead, Franklin.
What I think, and I just want to respond to this because I think this is a very important conversation. I think your focus is all about convincing people of something, and that's not what we're talking about here. You're talking about going to convince people about nature. I don't think that's our job. Personally, I don't think it's my job. I think that's something that will happen naturally. I think as children, we have, and secondly, I don't agree with you, Cosmic. I don't think the world is just full of narcissists. I don't believe that. You're describing every single human being, they're all just narcissists. I don't think so. I think there are a lot of narcissists in the world, but I think they're more good people than what they are narcissists. I have some kind of hope for humanity. However, I sense that humanity has been brainwashed into becoming consumers. And I think consumerism is the enemy. And consumerism isn't about nature. And I want to repeat this. Saving the water isn't about nature. It's about me. It's about my attitude towards resources. Am I a greedy pig that just takes? Or am I conscientious about the other people around me? Do I want to make sure that there's enough for everybody else? There's a big table of food. There's 20 of us. Do I just go and eat all the food? Or do I look at everybody and go, how much food is there? How much is the right amount for me to take so that everybody gets food? It's not about nature, saving nature. It's about developing a personal attitude. And it's not something that we're going to convince other people of. It's about me taking my life in this way. And because I live this way, my telepathic connection with nature into the energy ley lines connects with my neighbor, right? And my neighbor suddenly starts becoming aware of how much they're wasting. They don't know why they're becoming aware of how much they're wasting, but because the person next door to them is plugged into the earth ley line energy field, the grid, and is projecting into the grid this conscientious mindset, the other people are going to be, through your association of space and your brain waves moving through the walls and your radiation and your energy field into the earth next to them, is going to catch a ripple of your energy. And so if that ripple of energy that you put out can affect your neighbors without them even hearing the word about nature, without them being told they need to save nature because it's not about nature. And so this is where I say that this is more about a personal practice. It's more about me, what I do, how I take responsibility, how I live my life, because that is going to become what I'm going to give to my child, right? And my child isn't going to go out and live his life in this way. He'll have learned what he learned from his father. I learned from my father, right? Like, you don't waste food. Food is sacred. You don't waste resources. Why? Because there's a lot of people in the world. You know, weren't we all taught by our parents? Don't throw away food. Don't waste food. There are hungry people in the world. That conscientious attitude of recognizing to be grateful for every little thing that I get, that little bit of water I get, I've got to be grateful for it. That food that I get, I've got to be grateful for it. That attitude develops a particular state of consciousness. And I carry that state of consciousness around with me. When I walk down the road, people respond to me because of the consciousness that I'm carrying. So people either have a positive consciousness experience with me or a negative one. And so, yeah, personally for me, I don't think it's our job to save nature. And I don't agree with you. I don't think the world's passing away. I think the world's healthy. I don't think there's anything wrong with the world. I think we are polluting the resources that we need. We are polluting the soil that we can grow food with. We are the ones who are going to have less food because of it. We are polluting the water that we need to drink. We are going to be the ones drinking poison because we are not looking after our water. Nature's going to be fine. The world is going to carry on with or without us. We could be wiped off the planet. Nature doesn't give a damn. She doesn't need us here. We're not, for her regime. So I think, my point is the emphasis needs to be inside us, and it needs to realize that our life is a ritual, right? So do you want to go and do a big occult ritual? Oh, I need chalk. I'm going to draw on the floor. I'm going to draw a circle. I'm going to do this. Or can how you eat your food be a ritual? Can how you wash your body be a ritual? Can how you are conscientious about the exchange of energy with nature be a ritual? And that's really what I'm talking about here. Is not about convincing people that they need to try and save the world and nature, or not about trying to convince people that they need to feel this way. And I don't think you're wrong about people need to feel loved, right? I don't think you're wrong about that either. However, at the same time, I can't go out there and make every person feel loved. I don't have that resource, right? That the resource that I do have is to the people that I do come in contact with, to try and be, if I'm not a greedy person in the way that I am towards my shower, if I'm not a greedy person in the way that I am towards resources, I'm less likely going to be greedy with my friends. I'm less likely going to be greedy with my family. I'm less likely going to be greedy with the people I meet on the street. They're going to feel that, oh, this guy's he's not just out to get what he can get. Okay, that's nice. People are going to feel more comfortable around me, right? That means I'm going to have more opportunity to have conversations with them that might end up talking about interesting topics, right? That might get them thinking. And that does happen. But to be honest with you, I think like it's less about what we say. It's less about how we convince people of ideas. I think it's more about who we are as human beings. And who we are as human beings are shaped by our proclivities towards greed. And I think greed is the problem. We've been schooled into greed. We've been schooled into greed, and the greed makes us very agreeable. Because we all agree that we all want money, we all want things, we all want this, we all want this. And so that becomes the chains that lock us into the system. And the systemic problem that we're locked into is money. Money is the problem. Not that the exchange of resources isn't a problem. Money, in the way that it's constructed, in the way who that controls it, in the way that it's been utilized to put us into a state of proverbial slavery, that's the problem. The birth certificates, that's the problem. The fact that we've got governance, that's the problem. It's not natural. It's not natural to have a certified government. What's natural is to have a group of people, and some people are leaders, and they will lead, and people will follow. That's natural. You see it in the animal kingdom, right? That's how nature works. We don't work like that. We don't get to follow the natural leaders. There's a small group of people that tell us who the leaders will be. They say to you can choose between A, B, C, or D, or E. Actually, we'll put E on the list, but you can't really choose E. You can only choose A or B, because C and D, we're going to make bad adverts about them on TV, and A and B, we're going to make good adverts about them. So those are your real choices, A and B. So we've got binary choices that somebody else made up for us, who's a supposed leader, who's basically a greedy person that doesn't give a damn about anybody else other than themselves. And I think that's the key. Like when we start becoming aware that it's not just us in the world, that's when we start recognizing and realizing that, this energy of give and take is fundamental to understanding our place in the world. And once we start to understand our place in the world, then we're one step away from healing ourselves. And once we can heal ourselves, then our heels can stand on the earth, and we can be grounded like a tree, and our heels on the earth, having been healed, we can be grounded, we can be in the real world, and then we can, as a tree, start to feed and nourish the ecosystems around us. And those ecosystems that we nourish around us are ecosystems of thought. So from an occult perspective, I think that's the key. I think the true war is fought on the mental plane. And this brings Hermes' first principle under review, right? Because our thought attitudes and the way that we think and the way that we apply our thoughts to the world around us becomes sort of a vibrational tune that we're playing to the universe. And everybody's playing a vibrational tune to the universe. And there's this background humming tune of all of our vibrational fields interacting. And when more of us start to get a certain pitch of harmonic frequency, it starts to tune the entire system. And once your system gets tuned, then all the people that follow like sheeples will end up following that tune. They're just following the wrong tune because the wrong piper played the wrong tune, and they're all following the wrong tune. If we can start playing the right tune, they will follow. And it's the same as like, responding to this cosmic, when I entered into activism, right? I ended up becoming like a kingpin, kind of a leader, kind of a person, right? People wanted to follow me. And the reason they wanted to follow me, they didn't know why. I never spoke to them about the way I showered, right? They just understood there was something about this guy that we trust him. Why did they feel like they trusted me? Right? Why have I always had that energy? People will trust me. Like I can go somewhere far away and I'm like, oh damn, I forgot my wallet. And like strangers will say, oh, don't worry, you can sort me out. Here's my bank details, or like here's my phone number. And I will, and I do. Because some people inspire trust. And I think if you want to be one of those people that inspires trust, then you're going to have to look within yourself to understand this law of give and take. And when you've appreciated that law of give and take and really applied that law of polarity and cause and effect to resolve the principles of cause and effect and polarity, and when cause and effect and polarity resolve itself within the field of correspondence, then we start noticing that the correspondence between how I do this thing, for example, random example, the shower story, that has a correspondence with another part of my being, right? And that has a correspondence with another being. So if you want to tune yourself up like an engine, you can tune yourself by tuning all the correspondence parts of yourself and getting to a point where you're able to sort of to change your needs and your desires. And I think our big problem is that we always want more than we need. And when we start getting honest with ourselves about that, then that becomes something that's easier to face up to.
I have an image in my head of a ship with like a hole in it, and they're kind of like taking water out and trying to like bucket up, but the ship keeps getting filled with water. That's kind of how I think about greed, sort of in my head right now. But it kind of reveals a deeper point that somehow the catalyst for that greed is an inherent emptiness within the soul, a hole in a sense that cannot be filled regardless of how many material possessions that you essentially pour into it. So I think in a lot of ways we got to figure out what is that emptiness that cannot be filled, and what's the healthier thing to cover it up with instead.
Yeah. Those are all great points, and I think you're really spot on, Cosmic. The fact is that we're not going to be able to change how people look at nature, because one of the integral parts of the psyops of the Babylonian mystery school that came from the Atlantean mystery school is the fear of not only nature but the darkness, the fear of the things that would be brought away from in our places where we're brought into a stage of comfort. We're taught to live in these cages where things are brought to us. We don't have to go out and toil in the fields. We don't have to create the crops ourselves. We don't have to make the whole food for the whole village. We don't have to do all this stuff. We don't have to go out into the darkness at night and try to stumble in the darkness, because people have been taught that these are the things that are going to get you worked over and go nowhere, because we've been given these spoils of being able to sit on a couch, turn on the entertainment. The people are doing a song, they're doing a talk, they're doing a show just for us, where we can sit there. We don't have to do anything. We have food that's just brought to a store. We just go pick it up, and it's going to be hard for people to break out of that into a place where we're going to go run into the forest and learn how to forage mushrooms and ginseng and create a meal out of the stuff we found in that day. It's going to be hard to compare the difficulty that it takes to go out into nature and to create our new means of sustenance, our new coping mechanisms, by confronting all of the challenges and hardships that are evident in those things that we've been taught to fear. And there's a reason why we were taught to fear them, because it's easy to. They're very challenging to us and daunting compared to being allowed to sit in a couch and have people on a screen making us feel good, like they're paying attention to us. They don't know who we are. They put out some mass broadcast to millions of people, and we feel like it's our personal entertainment. But what we can focus on is we're going to focus on not trying to change our people's viewpoints about whether nature is beautiful and loving, because the people that know it is, they already know that. Those are going to be our new leaders. Those people are going to show that to people over time. But the way that they're going to go about doing that is they're going to show us how basically what we can do is we can figure out how to make ourselves get away from this toxic system that's killing every one of us. And like Franklin said, nature's not going to be impacted by this. Nature doesn't worry about us. People don't even go in to the deep forest regions, hardly ever. And that's most of the world. So we have people that don't go into the desert regions, and that's like another big part of the world. And people don't really go into nature. We are locked inside of cages. And so basically, we're like a baby in a crib. And when you tell that baby, it's time to get out of the crib now, we're going to teach you how to walk. The baby's not that excited about doing all these new challenges. It's much more comfortable to just lay there and have everything brought to them. So once things that are brought to us, which right now are starting to kill us, and we're starting to realize this sick care system that we were supposed to trust is giving us poisonous medicine that's making us dead faster. They're turning us into cash cows. The food weapon system that's being brought to us in the stores doesn't even have the nutrients and minerals that we need to be able to have health. They're turning us into cash cows for the sick care system. It's all intervolved with itself, and it's all part of a corrupt, toxic system. People are starting to wake up to that now. That's all we need to know. Our little circles of a small part of the world that's human society that's become toxified and is exploiting us, where we can't even afford to go to work. And then when the foods we buy and the medicines we get after working so hard to not even be able to afford to pay our bills and live comfortably or well, then we start to, after all the hard work we've done, the people that have all of our money, that have all the power, are then going to poison us for all the hard work that we've done for them. People don't do work for themselves. People do work for someone else. When we start to realize that if we do a small amount of work for ourselves, we go out and we plant a little tiny raised garden bed of some of the plants and foods that we like to eat and some herbs. And then we see the benefits that, oh my God, this is going to be way healthier for me than these toxic foods that have these weird frankenfood ingredients. Not only can I just make myself a couple of things, and this is so self-rewarding. When you create something, it's going to be so much more rewarding than just getting something and having it that somebody else made. And when people start to realize the powers of, they don't have to make food if they don't want to make food. They can make jokes, but they can trade those jokes with people that do make food. That's the kind of thing that's going to appeal to people. If you've ever been involved in a barter trade society, which not many people ever have, you'll start to realize how incredible that really is, because it's just, there's people that have made up stories about this, about their own life experiences that have impacted the entire world. The red paperclip. Somebody had a red paperclip. They just kept trading it for things. They ended up with a yacht and a mansion because they were willing to trade and do things differently instead of trying to take the slow time that it's going to take to eventually build up enough capital and profit from their toils in a broken employment system. They're not in vocation. They're not doing what they love to do. They're doing what they have to do, somebody else's work, But like, if we could start to trade on the side, you could go back to your workplace, do somebody else's work. You come home and you do a craft. You do build a little thing, make a song. And you start to realize that the impact that I'm going to be able to have on people is important right now. We all need to reach each other. We need to share our personal gifts that we have to the world and start to branch out and provide them to our community. And it's so much more rewarding than thinking that, oh, I got the best brand thing. I'm so happy to have this thing I bought in a store in a jug. It's like a baby bottle. We're in the crib drinking our little baby bottles with our little blankie and our bibs and our diapers. That's basically what humans are doing right now. Do we really need all these comforts? Is it really making us sicker? And did the comforts become super toxic? Yeah, they have. So to be even able to find healthy things that cost a lot more in the store is also a challenge. They don't even have hardly anything that you can get that doesn't have bad ingredients anymore. So the thing that you make in the field, the thing that you build at your house on the couch, that's going to be stuff that's free of all that toxicity and just the opposite of it. It's going to be those things that are enriching and empowering. And seeking riches and power is going to start to lose appeal. Because if we think to ourselves, look at the people that have all the riches and power. Look what they've done to women and children. Look what kind of supplies and type of consumer products that they're providing to us. We work so hard to help them build this world, and they try to poison us so they can get more of what we don't even have. It's a no-brainer to everybody. People are all woken up to this already. We don't have to change any minds. People are very well aware that there's too much corruption going on in the powers that be. And a lot of people have come across the ideas that the people are the power. John Lennon spread this message to humanity. And we all know about the Beatles. You know, we all know about the many people that have come to help awaken mankind, that have a dream, that have a vision, that have already begun to create the new system. And the new system has already begun. And that's the new leader that people are starting to already look towards to follow. So it's not like we have to make any major changes in people's feelings or their prerogatives or their values. People's values have already started to shift. And if you can't tell that the Great Awakening has already begun, then that's fine. You're going to, because we're all celebrating this right now. And if you're not, you're going to start to realize people are having celebrations and I'm not a part of it. I want to have part of this fun. I want to be involved in this. Let's go. How can I get into this? We're all going to be a part of it soon if you're not yet. And it's a joyous thing. It's a celebrated time. Some people are bothered by this. They're like, oh, people are all having too much fun and they're happy, but I'm miserable. What's with that? And you're right. Part of that has to do with your diet. Being able to change your diet will change your mood a little bit. But another part of that is being able to have an environment where you have a social environment, which is something that's being lost. A lot of people don't have one single friend that they can rely on now. So that's a challenge for a lot of people. But be able to come to have a solution to that is part of the process of following these new leaders that are creating new communities for people to come together and put their heads together and think, why is it so hard for us to be able to afford things right now? I have a bunch of communities that are doing the same thing in my community right now. All the churches, all the spiritual centers, all the free group therapy classes that we go to, people at the library, they're all coming making these little classes and get together for groups. And everybody's able to basically come up with these new plans of how can we be able to afford things better? What kind of means do we have to be able to create things that we used to buy that we can just get more cheaply and much more deeply enriched that are actually going to be healing the places where these toxic things that cost so much are hurting. And it's just such a brilliant time to me. There's been thousands of different prophets and adept mystics and hierophants in the past throughout all the ages that their wisdom is now becoming more relevant and being brought off the bookshelf into people's laps. They're starting to reach out for that guidance that has always been here for us. That people have heard about, people have seen stories that's been made about them, movies and shows. They mention all these people. And they're looking past all of the narratives that are about the misinformation, the mistranslations. They're looking at the real deep understanding that's now coming out of those things. And they're starting to question and challenge things. And that's where it all begins. As soon as somebody's uncomfortable because things have gotten difficult, that's when they start to question and challenge things. And if they start to realize other people have already gone ahead of us, we can jump on board with them and we can start to overcome our own issues. And it's really about me. It's about you. It's about every individual. It's not about making some group have to believe in certain things. It's about every single person being able to realize we have the power in ourselves, in each individual, to make small, subtle changes. And Woody Harrelson made a really good video about this in the early 2000s. The dollars that you give to somebody at a store, think about who they're going to. Do you even really want to give the money to those people? Would you rather be able to give that money to the people that are making things better for you, that are going to give you something that's worthwhile to get in the first place? And that's a big impact. When I watched that video, I started to realize, listen, I'm going to start boycotting all the people that I used to give my money to that are making me sicker, that are causing my problems. I used to have all this terrible preserved meats and energy drinks and sodas. And I thought, if I just eat more of them, I'm going to get healthier. Maybe I don't have enough. Then I realized I'm eating too much of these things and they're making me terrible. Maybe I just need to eat less of them. And I started to fast. And either way, no matter which way I cut it, I realized these toxic foods are not going to help me no matter which amount of it I eat. I need to figure out something else. And those things that I found was a lot cheaper. Like I just get like real like vegetables cost nothing. The meat costs a lot of money. The dairy costs a lot of money. Vegetables are much more enriching and they're much more healthier. And you can flavor them up. And if you put herbs on the vegetables, make them taste better, That's true medicine right there. That's the medicine the witches used to bring around to everybody. Here's your pack of seeds for free. Go ahead and plant them in the dirt. Let the earth and the soil and the water, the rain and the sun grow them for you. And then if you get sick and you need them, go out and use them. Put them on your foot, and then it's going to make it even taste better. So it's like, it's a no-brainer for people. When you use these healing things, not only is it good for you, it tastes good too, and they're easy to grow. They grow themselves. I mean, come on. Who's gonna not want to get on that boat? I've been on it for a long time. I'm one of the leaders, I think, of this.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted to jump on what you were talking about earlier, Indy, about how what was it the ancient Babylonians that made us like afraid of the dark? What was the race again?
If you watch the What on Earth is Happening show with Dan
Mhm.
Passio, Zeralath is a big fan of that show. That's where he got a lot of
Okay.
his wisdom from. You'll start to
Well,
understand about that.
all
With
right.
the mystery schools and the psyops. Yeah.
Well, regardless, it's made me think about kind of what I do, because the thing about working with the Fae is that they're kind of like the sort of twilight, intermediary kind of entity. What I mean by that, it's like you think of like angels are sort of spirits of light and demons are spirits of darkness. I always thought of the Fae as sort of like the in between those two styles. So in a lot of ways, by working with them, you learn incorporate aspects of both the light and the dark, because when you're kind of like working with them and you're sort of living amongst their kind, it's just kind of more about like learning about who you are. It's not necessarily and being honest with yourself, rather than, because it's like my practice isn't really about like enlightenment. Their idea is kind of like enlightenment is impossible, like just in the sense that you're just like like God and one with everything, right? But I guess they have like a kind of like an equivalent to that, in the sense that you just kind of like become like sort of like develop a relationship with nature. And in a lot of ways, when it comes to nature, is that you kind of look at both its beautiful sides and its ugly sides. You're kind of like just looking at reality in this more honest way. And the funny thing about the Fae is, like, when I talk to like other people who are interested in the cult, you'll talk to all these people who are they're interested in because I think this is the reason I bring up the Fae, is I think when it comes to the occult, is that so much of occultists, particularly in Western culture, they seem to work with either angels or demons. Like, you rarely hear about people working with elementals or more intermediary spirits like I talk about. And I can't help but think that in the sense that like in our politics, there's this polarization of sort of like of ideas and concepts. I think that in a lot of ways, the sort of focus on only angels or only demons creates a kind of like imbalanced spiritual polarity, where there's this war between angelic thought and demonic thought, and both of them are kind of like imbalanced in the sense, because you got, like, obviously we know why the demonic thought is wrong. It's materialistic and greedy and wants to hurt people. But the problem with something that's the angelic side is that it can be very sanctimonious. It can be kind of look at everything in kind of rose tinted glasses, and it kind of might overlook some of the more dark aspects and say, oh, it's all light and love. And I think I'm starting to realize that maybe one of the reasons that the Fae have this kind of frightening reputation in the occult world is that, unlike angels and demons that kind of like, push up your ego, where it's like angels are telling you, we're giving you, the enlightened wisdom of God, or demons acting like, oh, you're in control of us because you have the power of God. The Fae are kind of like, no, you're not God. This universe is massive beyond your comprehension. Stop trying to think that you're, better than everyone else, and just like focus on the magical abilities, that they have. So in a way, it's like there is a kind of ego death in this system, but it's not so much by like having your ego become one with everything. It's more that you realize that the universe is so vast and infinite that, like, the idea of you being like the whole thing is laughable. And that is like a kind of like an ego humbling experience when you actually realize so it's kind of like the other way around. So I think in a lot of ways, like, the uncomfortable conversation that I think a lot of people don't necessarily want to talk about, is that, yes, there's these systems that are detrimental. And I agree with all the things you guys are talking about so far in terms of, like, health foods and, all that stuff. But I think sometimes, like, some of these traditions, like spiritually, I think we should also be skeptical of them. And I think sometimes we can, look at society and economics with this sort of like, skeptical brush, which is, rightfully deserved. But I think that at the same time, we should look back at some of our ancient traditions and realize that and figure out where a lot of the pathologies of now are actually encoded back then. You know what I mean? Like looking at something like the Old Testament God, having this kind of like all about dominion over nature and conquering things. And we have to realize that dynamic still exists today. And it basically is still sort of archetypical and representative of all the stuff that you guys are talking about in terms of problem of the world. It's all interconnected. So, we think about this issue, like, and I think we should probably turn this back about the journey through time, which I think is actually like 100% relevant right now, is that we think that this issue is something that is only relevant to the current time in history. This calamity, the diaspora, and all the terrible stuff that's going on, whatever you say that it is. And you got to recognize that it has seeds in the deep past too. And we got to look that this problem might be something that's throughout time. It might be in the past and the future, that we got to think, in terms of time at a more meta level, right? Like it's just like, I don't know, it's just kind of like a random thought. And I think that with the Fae, and they've also taught to me about like looking at the world through non-linear time and et cetera, et cetera. And I was thinking the other day, like, about the flat earth theory stuff. And like, let's just thinking to myself, like asking myself, why do I have a problem with it? Like I have, obviously there's the logical and the intellectual reasons why, but why does it not speak to me personally? Why does it not resonate with me spiritually? Because I realize that thinking about cosmologies that we've been taught in the Western world versus the stuff I've been taught is that the things I'm teaching about is learning to think of things higher dimensionally. Think of things in higher dimensional universes where it can go up and down and left and right in every direction you can possibly conceive of. Whereas I feel like a lot of cosmologies in our human world, within our Zarfex, if you will, are very flat. They take the world and they kind of flatten it into something very simplistic. And the thing about the flat earth thing is that you're not just looking at the world as being flat, but you're also, in a sense, flattening your perception. You are not opening your mind to that higher dimensional possibility when you take your reality and flatten it like a pancake. Because what I've been learned from my practice is that in a lot of ways, your body is basically kind of what you physically, it's not just your hands and your feet, but what you physically see around you. Like the entire universe becomes your Zerfax and your body. And how you shape that Zerfax is going to change how you perceive things. And whether you make it flat, large, small, dark, light, colorful, or dull, like you can kind of like flavor. So the way I learned is that with extra dimensional perception is that you can see like there's these walls around you, but what exists outside of the walls of our perception is whatever is kind of going on subjectively internally, how we feel inside. Do we feel sad? Do we feel happy? Do we feel light? Do we feel dark? Etc. And I think when you look at the world from that perspective, it's like there's like a whole new dimension sort of opens up, and opening your mind up to the mysterious. Because it's interesting, like when people like do psychedelics, right? There's the whole idea that they become sort of one with the universe and they come to the universe. But what I would always do in my psychedelic trips, when I would go into that space, is I would get to that point and it'd be like, okay, I'm the universe. I'm at the edge of the universe. I wonder if there's something beyond this. I wonder if there's something beyond this void. And like magic, some whole new like dimension opened up to me. Like there's all these, when I let my mind, be open to mystery, it's like all these new worlds and possibilities opened up to me, all these new possibilities, And I think one of the things that the Fae have kind of taught me is to think of the universe as a very expansive and vast. And I think with a lot of these ideologies and cults, they want you to think of the world as being very small, like a very small cage that you're in control of. Like, like even like you think about like, it was interesting too, like they always, the atheist would always say, oh, you don't like the idea of a vast, cosmos because, then it's like, it's too vast. You want the world small and predictable. And my complaint was that, honestly, looking at the physical universe, it was too small. Like that's it, just a physical universe with 14 billion light years. That's all there is. Like, no, I demand something more. I want something more vast and more mysterious than that. And so, I don't know. I think with the Fae, they really are emphasis on mystery, where I start to think about like angels and demons and, some of the people that in a lot of Western occultist practice, the kind of the Golden Dawn kind of crowd. And I can't help but thinking that maybe there's an element that some of these sort of archonic spirits, if you want to get Gnostic about this, are kind of like inflating people's ego through occultism in this kind of like unhealthy way, sort of creating that polarization that we're talking about. Like we think about the polarization between, the left-wing faction and the right-wing faction, but in a sense, it's also a battle between, angels versus demons. And in this scenario, we're thinking about angels in that kind of Gnostic archonic sense. So really, we really don't want the angels or the demons to win, because both of them are ultimately authoritarian. And to me, the Fae sort of represent like a freedom. Like this is like the middle ground between these unreasonable extremes and a kind of like a neutral, just looking at nature. You think about thinking about neutral, natural. The words are very similar. Franklin, what do you think about the word natural being associated with the word neutral? Or actually, General Shinobi, you can jump on this too, because you like the word play. But think about natural and neutral to get us away from this kind of polarization that's tearing us apart, that's making us fight against each other. And we got to find that natural neutral.
Well, I think neuter is about having both. It's got to do with sexuality. So it has relation to the seventh principle of Hermes, right? Naturally, which is essentially the expression of nature. Natura comes from the root of the word life, doesn't it? And it relates to being born from the canal of the birth canal, the roots of the word nature. So neuter is like Mercury, right? The old Mercury had breasts and tackle and goods. That dude had it all. She had it all, and the full package: womb, mangina, tackling goods and toys, everything, all in one package. So, I think it implies both forces working together. Yeah, you were going to jump on it, Toby.
Yeah, well, with that, with neutral and natural, it had me thinking of politics, which were mentioned sometime in the chat, which is the pole eye ticks. It's the pendulum swing. Our eye is the pole, the central point, our central observer, and politics just makes our eyes tick like that, to left, to right, to left, to right, constantly distracted. Electric red, magnetic blue, getting us in that sort of spin. But when we're not centered, we get caught up in that stream and we get torn away from ourselves. So why I'm mentioning politics is because there's nothing natural about politics, because politics isn't neutral. There's nothing centered or neutral about politics. It's just divisive, which is unnatural. So there's a connection between neutral and natural there, which I'll throw into politics. And with angels and demons, the spell always reveals itself through the words, or like the weird, like the fate or the essence of the word is always revealed through the spell. And if you understand the spell, you can define the magic or understand the magic. And angels, bright white beings of light of God that are seen to be good. Angels are angles potentially, and angles aren't good. Nature does not have angles. Whereas demons could be daemons, which are day, which is the sun or God, and mon is one. So they could be the good ones. So what is the good and what is the bad? Angels or demons? I think the language kind of reveals that one could be good, one could be bad, but which one is it? And who's to say what's an angel and what's a demon? Somebody could call a demon an angel and an angel a demon. So I think that it's very difficult to define, and that's where we have to kind of define them for ourselves and not have like others or like people in books and stuff say what an angel or a demon is, I guess. And with time, I'll say the shape of the earth first, which relates to what else I was going to say, is that the shape of the earth, it's never mattered to me whether it's flat or round or we're in a cube or whatever. The shape really doesn't matter. I think that's something that to get people's attention, it changes their perception, and it doesn't really matter to me what the shape is. But what I sense and what I feel this place is a vortex, and there's reasons for that. That Earth is an anagram of the heart, and the heart is a vortex, and that the Earth is nature, and nature moves in spirals and circles. If you look at a blade of grass, it's a vortex. Water's happiest when it's spinning like a vortex. The thoughts all around us probably spin. Everything's spinning, and this is where you probably get the idea of the earth spinning. And like a vortex, like with a vortex, new life comes in, new life goes out. Things come in here, things go out. Light comes in, light goes out. So the shape doesn't matter. All I know is that it's a vortex, and whether that's a sphere or round, there's most likely a boundary, a firmament, which we can go beyond with our imagination, our thoughts, or our light, but not the material. And there's most likely an ice wall, which is just synonymous with fear and us being told to stay confined inside the ice and don't go beyond. Whereas really, when we break down the barriers that we've been indoctrinated with by fear, the ice will thaw, and then we'll find new lands, and those new lands need to be brought in our minds first. We need to imagine new lands beyond, and not just think that this is all there is. There is always more to discover. And with time, what's interesting is that, I've written down here, it's quite difficult for me to remember, but with Capricorn being the goat, and sort of probably being related to Pan, and that Pan died the same time Christ died, from my research, 30 AD. That's when the Greek god of nature, Pan, died. Or rather, died being killed. It was when Pan was cast out of people's minds, when we started being detached from nature, when the Christos was gaslit from us, when we were indoctrinated and led to believe that we are separate from nature. That is the Christ consciousness, which is Pan, which is the earth, which is us. It's all the same, no separation. We've been separated from them. But the reason I mention this is because it relates to Saturn as well. Capricorn and Aquarius being ruled by Saturn, and the scapegoat, and this goat being scapegoated, and the demonization of nature and the goat, and therefore the demonization of Saturn as well, this all ties in this thread. And also January being the beginning of the new year, when it's in Capricorn season, which is ruled by Saturn. That's how they've messed with our time. They've messed with our cycles of time by changing our calendar from a 13-month calendar where we were guided by, which would more govern our subconscious mind, our flow, our intuition, having 13 months as 28 days, to the Gregorian calendar changed in the 1500s, I believe, by Pope Gregory the 13th. So I just wanted to tie sort of like nature in there with Saturn, because Saturn is, you know, the green man, I guess, as well, isn't it? The green man, Saturn. And by sort of this demonization of time, I guess, we're all told that like we're just born, then we die, and that we're in this kind of limited cube that is the earth, that's a prison. Whereas really, when we break down the walls that have been built around our perception or our mind, which is knowledge, which others have told us is the truth, with intuition, with tapping into, going into the dark, that apparently the Babylonians made us fear, which is very interesting. We could definitely look into that. Thank you, Indy. Stepping into the dark, we can find the light and shine a light on these illusions, which is this false knowledge we've been given, these walls, and dissolve them. These walls may well be like parasites that are all around us, stopping our perception, seeing beyond. So yeah, I just had to link all of that together, the Capricorn, Saturn, time, and how we perceive the earth and nature too.
Yeah, it was interesting. I just had a thought just now because I typed in the chat like 4D hypersphere, because I was thinking about it for a second, like from like a Zarfaxological perspective of like, let's say that there are like Zerfaxes where the earth is round and there are Zerfaxes where the earth is flat. And then I think about something else I've been thinking about lately, this idea that mind and astral space is curved. And the reason that I've been thinking about this idea that curved is that with Zarfaxes and like understanding these extra dimensional spaces, I noticed that with pretty much every phenomenon, like if I go every Zerfax I would move forward, it would be relatively more difficult to comprehend. So think like when you're looking at the horizon, right? Like when something's very close to you, you can make out its details very fine, but at the edge of the horizon, things become very blurry, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And what I've realized that in subjectively and in the mind, that this same phenomenon seems to happen. And that kind of ties into the idea that everything is round. So when I think about, you know, the idea of a flat earth, I think about like bubble foam with like the planet Earth sort of like projected onto it. And I imagine with certain bubbles, because of the way they're shaped, that the shape of the Earth becomes flat in certain bubbles based on how the light of consciousness of the Zarfax sort of hits it. And so to me, that these flat Earth Zerfaxes would suggest this kind of curved mind space that I'm talking about. Because I think about it, Einstein talked about the idea that, you know, time and space has a curvature to it. And I think that's also the important point about why I don't like the flat Earth theory, because it actually contradicts the idea of sort of round space. It's not so much that the Earth is round, it's that space and time have a roundness to them, have a curve. And it was funny too, like I was figuring this out, and like the Fae basically whispered to me, it's like, yeah, that's why like with all those symbols, that's why they all have curves on them. And I was like not knowing that that was what there was. And I was like, oh, there's another synchronicity that happened. So I've been so obsessed with this concept of the curve, because it basically kind of like validates all the stuff that I've been sort of figuring out lately. And I just kind of wanted to bring that out there, because it was like, it's kind of how do you reconcile like the fact that, because in a way, well, see, the idea with Zarfaxology and the idea of a Zarfax is that there's a sort of there's a sort of a Zerfax. It's called there's a physical Zerfax that everybody kind of like, and then every consciousness kind of makes a copy, like a universe copy of that. So like you have like an object, and everybody has their own photograph of that, and that photograph that you take of that object is your universe. And that, you know, some of those, that the idea is that the more that are closer to the center are more consistent, and then the ones that are more different are kind of on sort of the outer edges. So something that is round Earth, because its consensus is more towards the center of the Zarfax, whereas something that's flat Earth, that is more fringe, that's going to be more slightly to the outer edges, kind of like if you think about like the atmosphere of a planet. So really what this flat Earth theory actually shows is that there is actually, that perhaps this is like a distortion in sort of curvature of Zerfax space. And so I've been thinking about this idea of, you know, mind space as being curved. Like we don't think about like space as having a shape to it, but it's like by understanding that there's curves to space, you can say, oh, now I understand what I have to overcome to see what is beyond that curve, what is beyond. So once you understand the limitations, you then can transcend them and can go even further than you could before. I don't know. That was just a thought that was kind of like spiraling in my head.
Hey, Franklin, would you mind sharing an image I shared in a minute for our tuition? Yeah, so hopefully you can see Saturn on the bottom right there, just under the comments. So our tuition was saying that there's a hexagram in the North Pole of Saturn, and that nature has no straight lines. So how can this be? But these are just some examples. Just wanted to show snowflake, the tortoise, honeycomb. Also, the hexagram is what structured water looks like as well. It's what exclusion zone water, which is plasma water, which is around our DNA. It holds our light in place. That's why it's structured water. The exclusion zone water, and that's when water is happiest. That's why if you look up Veda Austin's work and how when she with her hydroglyphs, she collects fresh spring water from the core of the earth where it's created. Water's created in the earth's core. It looks happiest when there is a hexagonal shape, because that's a very powerful creation symbol. That's why the heart chakra is a hexagram, and the heart is a vortex, because the hexagram is a vortex, because the vortex is as above, so below. It's how we bring things in and things go out from the vortex. So this is why Saturn has a hexagram on its north pole, because that is associated with water, I believe, and plasma. And that's why it's associated with death as well, because death is linked to water. And you have to come back on a Tuesday or Wednesday when me and Franklin do our other podcast then to hear more about that, because I don't want to really bang on too much more about it. But the hexagram certainly is the shape of nature, I would say. And it's true, nature doesn't have straight lines, but that it doesn't move in angles would be more correct to say. Nature doesn't move in angles, it moves in spirals. And the hexagram is just structured water. It's how things grow. If there was no structure, it would just be chaos.
I don't know where that saying came from, that nature doesn't have straight lines, but it's not true. I mean, I've got lots of crystals. They're natural. They come from nature. They're formed within nature. They got straight lines. I've got pyrite cube as well. I've got one like this. Not maybe, I don't know how big this one is. I've got small ones. I used to have nice big ones. Don't know what happened to them. But pyrite cubes, you know.
When you
And
find it
this
like
is
that,
just this is how they grow. This is how they are formed in nature. And there are like thousands of crystals that have straight lines. And they are very much a part of nature and an expression of the natural field. And so nature most definitely has straight lines. I can even take you to formations, natural mountain formations, where there are straight lines. You know, what happens is the water comes and the hot comes and the cold comes and the rock cracks in straight lines, right? Between polarities of heat and cold. And so nature definitely has straight lines. She prefers curvature, I think, generally speaking. I think living things in nature don't express straight lines. I think that would be maybe a more accurate term, but I think nature is definitely.
Well, actually, I guess a good phrase would be things that grow don't move in straight lines, because the rocks grow, or are they sort of like you say, created by?
I think crystals grow specifically, but I don't know if rocks
grow square. Because like trees grow like they're round, blades of grass curve, rivers flow curved. We don't have any straight lines in us. Our veins are curved. So that would be interesting to hear about that.
You know, I think the other conversation to have about this is that when you look at something like the cube that they're talking about.
Just before Cosmic, just before we move on, could we look at the question he just asked a second ago?
Question? Oh yeah, sure.
Do crystals grow? As far as I know, they do. They grow.
Yeah, they do grow. I was agree, yeah.
So, but please continue. Please continue, guys.
Do the cubed crystals grow?
But I guess what I was saying is that they probably do. I think the idea is that a crystal is sort of like a fractal in structure. So the cube, like the whole, it's also part in the small part. What I was saying is that even if the lines aren't perfectly straight, it seems that their nature attempted to make a straight line, and that's what's really important, is that we see consciousness in nature. I think because that's really what we're trying to look for here when we look at all these crystals and the sacred geometry. Is signs for intelligence and sentience existing within physical particles, and that these symmetrical shapes represent a sort of intelligence of nature being expressed outwardly towards us. But I think another thing to consider, though, is that I was thinking about materialism, is that the thing is, like, I think that materialism is kind of an impossibility, but if nature was truly devoid of sentience and it was truly, devoid of mind or consciousness, there wouldn't be irregularities and chaos. Everything would just perfect, like computer logic, cubes and cones. There wouldn't really be a lot of complexity. And I think it's the fact that there is consciousness and the fact that the universe is a living, breathing organism. And when we see the irregularities and chaos, is that we should look at those irregularities and chaos and see that as evidence of consciousness in the physical universe. Because it's like, yeah, we see, crystals and, fractals, etc., as being sort of like nature representing its rational side. But we should also recognize that where there's irregular patterns, that there is still an irrational consciousness existing in nature within, more primordial rocks, et cetera, because the way you got to see it's like everything, from an animistic panpsychist consciousness level is conscious, right? So, I don't know. I guess the way I look at it is that nature, it's conscious, but it's imperfect. It's flawed. It's kind of like, but because of that flawedness, that's why there's novelty in the universe, because you don't want, a universe that's only order is a universe where life can't exist. Life needs the structure of order, but without the chaos to be able to split cells and grow and adapt and mutate, you can't really be alive. So, but with pure chaos, you can't have pure chaos either, because of pure chaos, there's no order and coherence for anything organic to live. So the essence of life is this synthesis of order and chaos, sort of working together into a quarter or I don't know, whatever you would call it. So when it comes to understanding the sacredness of nature, we don't have to, I guess I'm saying here is that we don't always have to look for, perfect geometry or, perfect shapes. And perhaps that flawed, unsymmetrical, maybe disorganized parts of nature, maybe there's a life in that too, and that it represents our own flawed, disorganized nature. And that, in a sense, that because I think sometimes we look at nature and we see that nature is perfect and that, we're flawed and that we're an aberration of nature. And I think that's a kind of belief that also keeps us, separate from the natural sort of Gaian mind, if you will. And I think it's important to see that, because it's an interesting way to think about it, that sometimes that what you think is irregular and chaotic is actually evidence for sort of God in nature. Because I think with Christians and, various religious people, they see the order in the universe and say, oh, that's evident of God. But then when they look at their equations and then they start to see that they're not quite as irregular, they're not quite fitting to magical numbers, they start to doubt that. But to me, the irrationality of the numbers is not evidence of a lack of sentience in the universe. It's actually proof that there is sentience in matter because it has that human, organic, flawed quality that we have.
Yeah, I just want to say I stand corrected about nature not moving in straight lines, because pyrite definitely does, as Franklin said, and so does quartz as well, and possibly some other things too. So yeah, I stand corrected by that statement.
But that makes me think that it's the masculine and feminine polarities in nature itself, because you have these irrational sort of segmented rocks, and you have these rational, perfect pyrite crystals, and you see both of those elements in we think it's interesting too that they say like, oh, gender doesn't exist, and it's like you can see gender in the rocks, man. The crystals.
That's exactly what I was talking about when we were talking. Oh, that reminds me. Let's pull that back up. The etymology. Oh no, don't tell me. My pictures went away. Oh. Okay, no problem. We will go back to where we were. Get back to where you once belonged. Okay, so the English word neutral, pi, Proto-Indo-European. This is as far back as we can go to the graveyard of the original tongues, languages from whence our more modern ancient languages derived. So we're looking at ne, right? Which obviously comes from not, and it's like nahi in Hindi, near in Afrikaans, no in English. We've got it here. And the second one is kul, nekul, but it became changed in the Latin, yeah, uter. So we're talking about and uter meanings. They're saying it here as who or which. I think it relates to polarity. It relates to a polarity between two things. In other words, not one or the other. And so this is why the seventh principle of Hermes is so relevant for this word, because the seventh principle of Hermes is where the one and the other meet and are brought together, right? The duality. Okay, so we start off with a monad, right? And that is mental. Everything is just a field of thought and nothing changes. Everything is complete and embodied within its fullness. Nothing can be divided or multiplied. Nothing can be changed. And then we have within this field a series of correspondences. But the series of correspondences only come into being due to the sphere of vibration. And the vibration can only happen because of the field of correspondence. In other words, the original mental thing doesn't change. So something's got to be outside of that thing, but it can't exist because it doesn't exist. So it needs to exist in two places at once. So it needs to beam part of itself there. But there isn't a consistent permanent sphere. So it needs to produce a sphere that's non-permanent. And in order to produce a sphere of non-permanent, it beams itself out there all the time, perpetually, lots and lots and lots, repetition. And that becomes a field of vibration. And due to the correspondence, there's a field of quantum, because the correspondence means that there's a correspondence between what is and what is becoming. But what is not changed in the process of becoming, even though becoming is using a building block of what is. The building block of what is never leaves what is, but the building block of what becomes is a reflection of what is, but it never leaves what is. And that's the correspondence between these two. The quantum field has to come into being, and that's bound in vibration. And so that vibrational field then is an expression of duality, right? Which is held and bound by the principle of correspondence. Then that is once again reflected back at us as a polarity when we consider that this field of vibration has now produced energy, because there's movement. And so that energy once again is polarity, which is expressing the fundamental structure of that taking apart, which is correspondence. However, in the correspondence, it has not yet separated, because it's in two places at once. It's quantum entangled, effectively. Though in the field of energy, it is now separated. And that separation is between the Visuddhi chakra and the Anahata chakras, where we find the struck and the unstruck sound in Vedic cosmology. So now that polarity is thus producing the experience of energy, and that experience of energy is bound by the law of rhythm, because rhythm is a reflection of how the energy operates, because the energy is an expression of vibration, and rhythm is how vibration is regulated. Vibration and rhythm being expressions of the same pitch. So the vibration is the way in which the polarity is modulated to be expressed as a concept of cause and effect. For cause and effect is an expression of polarity, as polarity is an expression of the second principle, very fundamental, of the quantum field expanding, right, through the correspondences that are relevant. And this has got to do with informational expression. So thoughts of the mind monad is expressed outwards to become that quantum field. And so we've got these three fields of separation, which is the field of the second principle, as we say, which is the correspondence principle. Then this becomes the polarity principle, and this becomes the cause and effect principle. So there are only three spheres of the twos. Then we have, within the three spheres of the two, we have two connection points. That connection point being vibration that brings it into being, and the other connection being rhythm that regulates vibration. Rhythm is thus the field of time, for time is the Lord of rhythm. The rhythm of Lord is the holder of the keys of time. And time is how vibration is put into context in terms of perspective once the actual polarization of the principle of the correspondences have been brought into energetic disassociation to produce A and B. And so in this A and B, we then have masculine and feminine being expressed through the very principle of polarity, which is an expression of energy that becomes the cause and the effect. And so the cause drives the effect, and the effect becomes the parent of the cause. And this is then resolved within the seventh principle of Hermes, which is the principle of generation. So the generative principle of Hermes, the seventh principle, is the principle that ties together the knots of the three dualities, the three polarities, if we can call them that, and brings them into a single synthesis, which is what we experience in nature. So nature is neither masculine nor feminine, right? If you want to put it in. And so there's another ood when you use this word of neutral. The neutral is also relating to the field of rhythm and the field of vibration. For the field of rhythm and vibration, they don't exist of their own. They are modes in which polarity can exist and modes in which the correspondence can exist, if that makes sense. So in that way, we can see that this idea being expressed here, which basically, where is that words? Where are they? Pi. So yeah, the English word neutral, they're telling us it comes from there, but it actually, Latin, but it actually comes from pi. And so we can see that not having to choose between one and the other is really what is defined by the seventh principle of Hermes. So the neutrality then is actually very much connected to nature, in a sense, I think, the word neutral and nature, even though you can't see a direct etymological connection in terms of the associations related to the roots of the meanings, they imply the same thing as the seventh principle of Hermes.
Right, guys, I'm going to shoot off because I've still got a little bit of a temperature today, I think. Apparently that fog, Howard said they had that fog on Monday as well. So it looks like it was pretty widespread, but not as widespread as the fog that was around last January, I think. It was a worldwide fog that gave people like respiratory issues. So yeah, just I did a podcast yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yesterday, which I rescheduled, so I couldn't cancel it. And yeah, it wasn't great yesterday. And sometimes when I'm talking, as people know, my stream of awareness can just go off, and I've got to try and navigate my way back to what we were talking about. But I just struggling to find my way back. I kept being like, sorry, what were we talking about? It was awful, but still had a good conversation. But just trying to like talk and just sort of like got to be on point with this sort of info. So I can't even respond to what you just said, Franklin. I'm so tired, mate. Like you threw so much out there, so interesting. But I'm just gonna have to shoot off. I would usually stay on longer, but just need to go and like chill a little bit. So
Get healthy, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like we always eat really healthy, don't put many toxins in my body, but there are a lot of toxins in the fog. And I think that when you're like sensitive to that kind of stuff, you know, just need to try and like get some of it out of the system, I guess, somehow. Do you know if burdock is good for that at all?
I don't know much about burdock, but what you're looking for is things that are anti-inflammatory, right? So you'll have a lot of anti-inflammatory stuff in your kitchen. Like, have you got turmeric in your kitchen?
Yeah, we got a nice turmeric and ginger tea. So I might make a herbal tea. It's organic.
But have you got actual turmeric?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. No, I mean, it's just good because you can dose up on that stuff. It's slightly blood thinner, but you're not pregnant, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, well, the tea's got turmeric in it. It's got little bits of turmeric, little bits of like it's good tea. Like so that will do.
Sure.
Now,
yeah.
I mentioned burdock because I brought a tincture a while ago, and apparently it's good for like cleansing your blood. So I brought it because I needed to buy like a few more things in my basket to get free postage a while ago. So it's like, okay, I'll grab that. It's like it's just a $5. Haven't used it, but I was thinking it might be good for sort of like cleansing the blood. But yeah, right. Gonna shoot off.
Well, get well, brother. Get well,
So,
and drink hot water
with lemon.
Well, I mean, you should always put a bit of lemon in, yeah. But I mean, just drink lots of hot water if you're having a fever, right? Like warm, keep drinking warm things, hot things, and you probably, you know what you say, you shouldn't eat too much if you got a fever, right? Starve a fever is an old tradition.
Yeah,
Eat a cold, starve a fever.
Yeah, I don't really have a fever still. It's more of just like a inflammation, I guess, and just like it started off with the throat here. started off with the throat, and then yeah, Esme's as well. Esme was like at the back of her head here. What was it like?
It's like
Sounds
Yeah.
sinus related, honestly.
Yeah, but it's not just sinus, because it was my throat. And last night I was getting like sort of like
I
fluttering.
mean, the sinuses are like connected to like the throat area. So what happens in your sinuses? There's like the postnatal nasal drippage will go into your throat and give you a sore throat too. So that's part of it. They're related.
Interesting. Yeah, I did smell kind of like chemicals in my nose when I've been blowing my nose. Like it smelled like there were chemicals in it, and I haven't put
Maybe
any
like a
chemicals
neti
up my
pot
nose
rinse
for a
or
long
something
time.
would be a good idea too.
What's that?
Like a neti pot rinse.
What is that?
It's basically where you take like saline salt water and like pour it through your sinuses, and you kind of make it go out the other sinus.
Yes,
Using, like, a little
Franklin's
pot.
recommended that before. Yeah.
Have you got rosemary?
Yeah. What, fresh?
No, any rosemary.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because rosemary is a powerful anti-inflammatory. And you can dose up on this stuff, right? It's safe. So when you make your tea, bang in like a teaspoon of rosemary, a whole fat teaspoon of rosemary with your tea, and let it stand in. Warm the cup up first, yeah, and then put your rosemary in the cup and your tea bag in the cup, and then pour your hot water in, and then put it like a saucer over the top so that it can stand for a long time and really steep. Yeah, rosemary is really good.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of rosemary around here, like fresh from the bush. I always smell
All the
someone
better.
walk past, and I get the boys to take a bit off and smell it as well, because it's really good for your memory too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Thanks for that.
it's a potent anti. I think let me see here. Okay, there we go. So yeah, good old rosemary. You know, rosemary is good stuff. Now the wheels fall off the moment I start doing anything. So you should see that there. Is that right? Yeah. It's rich in polyphenols and carnosic acid and rosmarinic acid, and it suppresses inflammation-related signaling pathways and lowers pro-inflammatory cytokines. So it's really effective for reducing conditions like any kind of metabolic issues. And so think about when you're having a fever, right? When you're having a fever and you've got pain in your head, it's inflammation, right? So the inflammation is what's causing the problem. So if you put stuff in your body, a lot of stuff in your body that's anti-inflammatory, that's going to help with the symptoms.
But so if you have a fever, for example, because say, for example, toxins or heavy metals, and you have a fever or like runny nose because it's your body trying to like get this synthetic stuff, this alien stuff out of your body. If you have a fever, would taking anti-inflammatory stuff counter that, or would it just sort of help to sort of because having a fever is good, but also it gets to the point where if you're so inflamed, that can also be bad too. So would that anti-inflammatory stuff still help your body to combat what it needs to? But just
imagine for a moment that the inflammation is a necessary response, right? However, the problem with the inflammation, it's the same with an injury, by the way. You got a sprained wrist, a sprained ankle, a sprained neck, sprained body. The inflammation is there to protect the system, right? But at the same time, it prevents enough blood from getting there, and it prevents enough endocrine action, right? So the endocrine system is what removes the toxins, and the blood is what brings all of the energy and the necessary raw materials for it to heal. So the inflammation reduces the circulation, reduces the the active detoxification of that area. So it starts to build up toxicity due to the inflammation. So when you remove the inflammation, you make everything work better, as well as removing the source of suffering, or some of it.
Interesting. I'm thinking as well, because Howard's just said in the chat, and I am going to go in a second. Howard's just said in the chat that COVID vaccines were meant to mess up the sinuses, nose, and throat as well. They have come up with ways of putting what's in the jab like in the air. I'm not sure if it's like a way of putting like vaccines through the air. I'm not sure if it needs to be directly put into you from a mask, but it would not surprise me if they started like putting that stuff literally in the air. And they say they want to like block out the sun with like sulfur and these chemicals and stuff. It's like, yeah, maybe they do, but maybe they just want an excuse to start spraying the skies even more. Who knows? But yeah, anyway, thanks for the advice. I'm gonna collect some rosemary tomorrow morning. Yeah, much love, guys. Take care. Talk soon.
Big love. Take it easy. Sleep well. I hope both you and Esme feel better and wake up feeling refreshed. Much love, man.
Take care.
It's been an honor having you, and I'm sure you'll feel 150,000 times better by the morning. Maybe 145,000, whatever. Wow. So we have been going for 4 hours and 25 minutes. Cosmic, what other ideas do you have if you want to?
I was just thinking about the fog. Like, one of my favorite things to do when it's foggy outside at night is like to take a laser pointer and shine it outside. That is so cool, man. As for things I want to talk about, I don't think I have much else to say, really, at least related to the topic here.
Well, what is it that we haven't specifically mentioned as of yet? That's
I think we talked about indoctrination. I think we basically covered everything in the title. Maybe not I guess we covered that, the journey through time. I don't know. It's
manifestation and entrainment.
Yeah.
And I think that's just the last one. Like how we entrain our reality around us.
Yeah.
How reality manifests, and how our how the indoctrination that's affected us, right, affects the way in which we generate reality. How's that for an idea? Changes the literal physical world.
Yeah, I agree. That's what the whole Zerfikes concept is about. So basically, the way I kind of figured it out was this idea that they called the Vlidzerfax ratio. So the idea is that there is a Zerfax of randomness that's called the Vlidzerfax. And it's kind of like it's an upside down triangle and has like a weird tail. But anyway, it's like a certain level of randomness that's essentially created from sort of different universes simultaneously existence. It's kind of like, think of it as kind of like the liver of the universe. It kind of absorbs all the contradictions so that all these universes can kind of exist, right? So basically, depending upon your worldview, there's a percentage amount. So basically, the idea is that 400% is like the standard ratio. That's like the idea is that each 100% is one of the four membranes of a Zerfax. And so basically, 400% is like the standard level. Well, if you're somebody that believes in like magic, for example, it might be 300%. And so the idea is that the higher your belief, the lower that threshold is, right? And if you're more skeptical, you may have something like a 500% or a 700%. So you're like, nothing manifests for you, right? And so the idea is you're right in the sense that what I've basically figured out is that, you can't, because I was thinking about probability, right? Like I have a pair of dice in my hand. I always like use dice as a kind of like a way to sort of like think about this concept. And that like there's like you think about like percentage wise that there's like, I can't necessarily, change the percentage like in sort of deterministic reality. But from a Zarfax perspective of everything sort of being reflective Zerfaxes, you could see that there's different dimensions of randomness. So there's the randomness of the object itself. There's the randomness of my perception of it being in my hand. There's the randomness of it, of other people around it perceiving it as random. And there's the randomness of it being the universe. So that's 4 different surfaxes, right? So you have 400%. And then depending upon what you believe will change that rate. So basically what I'm saying is, yes, you are technically correct in that what you believe is going to change your reality. So the idea is that the lower the percentage rate, the higher likelihood you have synchronicity. So if you have a high Vliet-Surfax ratio, you're not going to get a lot of synchronicities. And if you have a very low one, you might get so many synchronicities that you think you're going insane. And it's like, that's the way I figured it. So in a way, with the idea that everything is different universes, it makes sense to see how different perceptions can actually alter your specific reality. Because I think a lot of people, it's hard to conceptualize these ideas because we do think of everything as being one contained universe. Because the contradiction is, well, if it's changed for me, why hasn't it changed for you? And vice versa. And this sort of Zarfaxology idea explains why that's the case, in the sense that everybody exists in sort of different Zarfaxes that are reflective of the Zarfax whole. And so you're very right in the sense that your perception of reality actually changes the metaphysical makeup of the existence that you exist in. It's not just a psychological shift.
Yeah, and that's quite interesting. Like we don't imagine that the fluid plasma that we are surrounded by is a somehow dimensionally reflective medium. Yeah. So if we think of the fluid matrix that we are within, like think of ourselves as like in a fluid womb-like matrix, and it's a fluid reflective medium that we are engaging with, and the consistent engagement produces particular structural fixations within the fluid matrix, which we then experience as material reality. But that there is this constant feedback loop between ourselves and this fluid matrix. And so we identify as the fluid matrix as being real. But it's really just a real, right? It's a real. It's like this. Like the idea, who was it that brought up the idea about the ancient Greeks thinking of reality as something that we project outside of our eyes?
I'm not sure. I think if I heard the name, maybe like, oh yeah, that guy.
Well, but anyway, so the idea is that we are receiving and we are giving, right? Like think of it like that. So one aspect of us is downloading and one aspect of us is uploading. And we're consistently doing this. It's like a consistent fluid cycle. So we are uploading what reality needs to be and then downloading what it is. How's that for a concept? And this is a circular movement of energy, like a chakra. And this circular movement and flow of this spinning energetic frequency is whirling at a particular vibratory resonance. And that there's lots of these little spinning wheels all happening simultaneously, producing a field of vibrational resonance. And that field of vibrational resonance is what we are reacting to. And based upon that field of vibrational resonance, the electromagnetic spectrum is what we experience as a result of this whirling of consciousness. And this then is identified in our brains, specifically in our brains, by the parietal lobes, right? Where the idea of solidness is dreamt up. which we then experience as a physical, solid reality. But actually, it's just all electromagnetic fields reacting to other electromagnetic fields. And we're navigating the reactions of this electromagnetic fields through a field matrix that we call our bodies, which is a series of resonating, vibrating fields of the electromagnetic spectrum. And this electromagnetic spectrum vibratory field is actually an expression of another field, which we call in Vedic cosmology the pranic field, right? And this pranic field then, so if you look at it in terms of the Kabbalah, how do they explain it in terms of the Kabbalah? I wish I had a nice picture to show you guys. Do I have a nice picture? I don't have a picture. I've got one on my other laptop that I usually use. I'm using my Windows laptop today. I just didn't have time to rig it all up. I was making food for my boy. I was cooking curry and rice, and then I was like, damn, got alive. I'm not going to start up the other machine. I'm just going to use the one that's there. But yeah, so this field of pranic energy is expressing the resonant field of the electromagnetic spectrum. But this field of pranic energy is really what we are exchanging with the matrix. So they speak about the Aleph, which represents in the tarot. Oh, yeah, I do have pictures to show you. And he said he didn't have pictures. Well, I wasn't telling the exact truth. Full tarot Trump. Let's get it up, baby. Let's get it up, baby. Now watch, they're going to send me pictures of Donald. Like, they've been doing weird stuff with the AI lately, to the point where I'm asking myself questions like, is this for real? Like, am I the only one that's experiencing this madness? Have you guys in the chat, in the group, have you guys noticed some like absolute madness? So here we go, is the symbol of the Fool, right? And this represents the field of energy, all the potential. It comes out of the sun. It holds within it everything. There's the flower representing, the life that it nurtures. And it's the idea of stepping off of this precipice also represents that it crosses a great divide to be here. So you could think of the electromagnetic spectrum as that divide that the prana has to connect with us through, right? In a sense, that platform that he's on is not exactly near physicality, right? It's up there in the sky, up there in the clouds. You've got to step off of that in order to be here. And that means there's a step down of vibrational resonance. And that vibrational resonance of step down is really what we're talking about when we talk about the electromagnetic spectrum. Then we have the other Trump, which is, I heard people talking about this the other day. Mario, I'm really fond of Mario, but I think one of the things that he was asking a question about, I didn't agree with him. I need to chat with him about that. But he's a good guy. He's a good researcher. Solid work. What is Mario's channel again? Shout out to Mario's channel, Symbolic Studies. He does a lot of good work. Bless him. So the next one then is this one. Now, you'll see this tarot trump represents...
Before we go, can I say something about the Fool that I just noticed now?
Yes.
You know, it's interesting that the Fool is supposed to be like the Fool, but he has such a serious expression on his face. You ever notice that? So he's more of a fool in the sense that he's like sanctimonious. It's like he's the Fool in the sense that he thinks he's spiritually enlightened. Like, you look at it, like he has this outfit on. It's very kind of like garish, and he looks like so proud of himself. Like he's gonna walk, and he's completely oblivious to the inevitable downfall that's going to. He thinks he's looking up at the sun, thinking, "Look at me, I'm the king, I'm the shit. I got enlightened. The sun is behind me, And it's like, in a lot of ways, it's like more kind of like this. I never really thought about it before, but this card actually represents a kind of spiritual ignorance, a kind of like thinking that you're all that, like a kind of spiritual egotism. But then the actual fall is to like get down into real life and deal with the actual, 22 trumps and go through that whole cycle to eventually kind of go back from the world and then go back to the magician. See, this card, the interesting thing about these tarot cards is that they all have associations with the other cards, kind of like how the devil and the lovers are pretty much kind of like identical in a certain sense. And this has an interesting relation to the magician, because this card is like the fool thinks it's the magician. And I just kind of wanted to point that out because I just noticed that now.
Yes, totally. You see, the magician, now that represents Mercury, right? Now, the relation between the fool and the magician is fundamental, because Mercury is the only planet that has all three elements in its sigil or in its symbol, right? It's got the crescent, it's got the circle, and it's got the cross. All of the others have one or two. The moon and the sun have one, and the other planets have two: Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, right? There's a cross, there's a circle. Cross, there's a circle. Venus, Mars, out of the picture. Saturn is a crescent and a cross. And Jupiter is a crescent and a cross. With Jupiter, the crescent's on the top, the cross is on the bottom. With Saturn, the cross is on the top, the crescent's on the bottom. With Mars, the cross is on the top, and with Venus, the cross is on the bottom, right? So you've got those four planets. The sun is just a circle. It's got a dot in the center, but it's still a circle. And the dot in the center is representing this, the fool, because the sun is the harbinger of prana and life force and this substance from whence the electromagnetic field arises vibrationally. And then, of course, Mercury has got the crescent and the cross, and they are bound by a circle. So Mercury is the only planetary influence that has the natural proclivity to be able to move through the field of the divine and move through the physical, which is why in alchemy Mercury is so important, which is why Mercury in Greek stories or Hermes has these little funky little shoes with wings and a funky helmet with wings, right? The shoes with wings means he can traverse the material world, and the helmet with wings means he can traverse the divine world. And Mercury is the messenger of the gods that moves between Olympus and Earth. So Mercury is the agent of prana, because prana is that which is moving between heaven and earth, and that is the source of earth through heaven's expression of prana. And Mercury is the administrator of this process. So that's why magic and magician, is those forces that can control prana, and magic is all about being able to manipulate this subtle stuff, this life force. So and then the third element. What's the third element? Let me get it for you guys quickly. Final judgment. So you'll see here. So there's these three elements here, and let's get that on, baby. Have we got it? Yeah, we got it, mate. We got it, mate. So, sorry. I haven't done this one. So we've then got the element of water, and so this prana, by the way, is related to the element of air. That's why we breathe in the pneuma. In the ancient Greeks, they called it the pneuma. And the pneuma is the source of this magical power that you breathe in the breath. And in the Vedas, you breathe in the prana. And but all things contain prana. All things contain pneuma. Food contains it too, especially if it's healthy and raw. The more you cook it, the more you break down the pneuma, the prana. So don't overcook your food is I think the moral of that story. So this then becomes the receptacle of reflection, and this is the cup, the chalice in which the air is being reflected. And obviously you can see in the symbol here is hanging from the Tau cross. That's the T, which gives us an element of earth, right? So earth is what comes into being because of this receptacle nature of mem, the element of water that receives this breath of life. But in order for the breath of life and the element of this earth to come into being, you need a third magical ingredient. And that third magical ingredient is obviously the element of fire. Now, why the element of fire is so important is because there has to be an alchemizing effect. So there's these two elements have got to be alchemized together. And so the alchemization between this, so this represents the element of fire, that judgment. You'll notice like the red cross in the center there. And the red cross is the crossing of these 2 points, right? The crossing of the prana coming, and the crossing of the reflection of the prana off the proverbial waters. This is the waters that they speak about in the Bible. The other one was the waters that we speak about. You notice that beneath us, there's water. I don't know if you can see it in this card. There's water in the background, right? Is that ice? Is that clouds, snow? And you almost want to think that there's water underneath them, right? It's like they're floating in the sea or in the water or something. And then there's this air element of the cloud, right? Above. And so this fire is what's producing the steam, and the steam is what drives the cycle. And so it keeps the spinning of this process. So the fire is the light, right? The light is the information. The information that is being carried is represented by the light, the fire. The receptacle that is reflecting this light and energy back at us is the element of water, which we can see here is bound to time. Time is bound to the water. And the principle of life that is being imbued within this informational sphere of reflection is the fool. So these three elements then represent how did we get onto this, Cosmic? What was the original thing we said?
I think somehow we were trying to tie this to, like, I don't know, quantum space-time or something like that, and the principles of how it relates to consciousness.
Oh yes, prana. Prana and the so yeah, these three principles are what keeps the wheel turning. And so from a Kabbalistic perspective, these three elements are the key. And so light is that representative of information. And these three coming together represents this amalgamation between information, between life, and between resonance, the resin of water. You see, here's a very interesting point. It's like how water resonates. Nothing resonates like water does. And we completely relate reason to not being emotional, right? But when we think of resonance, water is the reflection. To reflect is to reason, right? Like you see someone sitting under a tree, staring off into the distance. You say, you look like you're in a state of reflection. Yes, I am. I'm reflecting upon something important. That's what water does. Water reflects, right? So like it gives us an insight into the true nature of water and the true divine feminine element. And obviously this is represented by a bull. So this is the bull of heaven. This is the Apis, bull of heaven as well. That's why this card is represented by Aleph, which is a bull. The card of this is represented by Mame, which is water. And the card that's representing the element of fire is a Shane, which is a tooth. And a tooth represents what is eating? Eating is breaking down the information of material of biological material, so that your body can break that down into smaller pieces and turn it into separate pieces of information that can be reassembled into your body to make a particular pattern, right? So if we start thinking of food as information, then we could say, well, the tooth is how that information is broken down to make it smaller, to make it accessible by the body, so the body can turn it into knowledge. And then the knowledge that the body extracts out of food becomes the body, right? Keeps the wheel turning. So in that sense, you could say that the tooth is related to learning, which is really quite an interesting concept if you think about it, because we don't think of teeth as relating to knowledge, but we have a saying in English, don't we, that when a child gets their teeth, right? What is that saying? Like, when a child gets their teeth, then they're ready. When you get your wisdom teeth, isn't that right, Cosmic?
I mean, I know the term wisdom teeth, but not in that context.
Well, I mean, that's why we call them wisdom teeth, right?
Yeah.
Because now you've got your wisdom, you've got your teeth. When you're young, you don't have your teeth, you don't know anything. You're like, you're unformed. Once you've got your teeth, you know. You've got knowledge now. It's the same for animals. When an animal gets mature and they get their proper teeth, that animal now is fully, it knows. It knows. It's learned how to hunt, right? If it's a hunting animal. Or it knows what it needs to eat. It's learned how to survive through the process of getting towards having its teeth. So those elements then represent the electromagnetic field as well. That's another point of the three elements of an electromagnetic field, right? So you've got the fire element, which is an expressive element, right? Expressing outwards like fire. You've got the water element, which is containing, moving in, absorbing. And then you got the air element, and the air element is flowing between the fire and the water, right? So if we think of what an electromagnetic field is, we see it as a line on a paper like that, but that's not what it is. It's actually something that's a toric field that's going like that, expressing, impressing, expressing, impressing, expressing, impressing in 3D, like an uncoiling 3D spiral. And when you look at it from the side in 2D, it looks like this little squiggle on the page, right? That's the frequency. So that expression, that expansive expression is fire, expressing. That contraction into, and notice I use the word contraction. So look at the element of water. What is water doing? It is hanging upon Saturn's tower. Saturn represents contraction. So the element of water is literally hanging upon the cross of Saturn, which represents contraction. And so the legs and the arms being crossed like that are an ood towards the contraction, right? Everything's pulling in towards itself. It's contracting towards itself. It's folding in on itself, time folding in on space. And when we look at this, what do we see? We see these signs of expression, arms held out in front of themselves, arms held out, wide arms by the little child. Look at all the people in the distance. They're all expressing outwards. So this is the outward expression. This is the inward contraction. And this is that connection force, right? Which is sort of the moving. He's the one that's moving, right? Notice both of these other forces are totally, please tell me I've got this on the screen. Thank you. Thank God for that. This is static. It's not moving specifically, right? And this is static. It's not moving specifically. But the element that is moving is the prana. And the prana is moving between this. So you could say that the very source of matter from a Kabbalistic occult perspective is the pranic field reflecting in upon the waters. And the waters represent the resonance. So the electromagnetic spectrum, right? This is where we get to the electromagnetic spectrum, is represented here. Here is the electromagnetic spectrum, because this is the contracts. This is how it becomes physical matter. So the pranic field has to go through this hanged man principle. In other words, the prana is literally hung upside down. It's inverted. And the inversion of the pranic field becomes expressed as an electromagnetic field. And this is what we are relating to specifically. And so, yeah, in a nutshell, that is sort of how the consciousness, which is prana, which is the life flowing through us, which is empowered by the fire, the shin, which is the information, which is imprinting upon the astral field, right? And becoming an etheric structure. And that etheric structure is the acoustic thiomatic resonant field, which we are experiencing also as an electromagnetic field. And this then is what we're experiencing. And then our brains put all of this into context in the parietal lobes after the information of our senses is filtered by the thalamus and the pineal, except for smell. Smell gets away. Smell gets like get out of jail card. Sense of smell just bypasses the whole story. But then the parietal lobes basically construct this dream. And so from a shamanic perspective, we speak about dream time, and we say that like we're living in dream time because it's all just a dream that's created in our brains by the parietal lobes, this physical reality. But this physical reality from a shamanic perspective consists of 3 dreams, right? And so we speak shamanically of these 3 dreams. So we speak of, we speak of the dream of the divine world, right? That fire element. Then we speak of the dream of the underworld, right? You see this underworld hanging upside down on the tree, Odin going to the underworld. There we go. There's a reason for that. And then we speak of the dream of the middle world, right? The middle world is that energetic movement between the divine and the underworld. This is where the power moves. So when you in that sphere of reality, that's the one that affects. You could say that this is the formative realm, right? This is the formative realm. This is the realm that is forming reality, right? This is the archetypal realm of pure information, right? And this is the realm of the integration, right? And the integration between the archetypal information and the formative structures that become physicality is the field of the motion of energy. And the motion of energy we call energy motion. And we've abbreviated this word energy motion to emotion. So when we're experiencing emotion, we're experiencing the qualities, and the qualities are a reflection of the motion of particular energy moving through us. So these 3 elements then come together, and that consciousness is really the substance of the final amalgamation. And then the final amalgamation of this obviously represents obviously the dancing woman that's so delicious in her expressions of polarity, and that she contains both poles, right? And she then brings everything together. She brings together all these principles. And in the principles of bringing together all of these fundamental principles, she holds within her hands these 2 double-ended wands. And the double-ended wands represent the fire and the water, and the fire and the water being broken down. She becomes the harbinger of the prana. She is the fool, and she is the hanged man in one. And she holds the rods of archetypal imprint in her hands. And so her dance, you can see that her leg is almost crossed like the hanged man, only she's upright. But unlike the hanged man, she's not stuck she's in motion. She's more akin to this than she is akin to this, even though she's holding this in her form, in her body. And the trumpet of the angel that's bringing this frequency of being is what she controls with these two wands. And these double polarities of the polarity that she expresses gets externalized as 4 elements. And the 4 elements are thus an expression of the polarity, which is fundamental. So we're talking here about the 7th principle of Hermes, manifesting multiplicity, but into a state of singularity, which is the physical world, because she is the whole world in one wreath. And that whole world in one wreath has taken all of these elements and brought them into one dynamic system. I've been falling back on the tarot a lot lately.
Yeah, you certainly have.
Well, it's just such a beautiful language. You know, it's so simple. And to just see how these symbols fit together, they tell the story in a fairly non-verbal way. And I think that non-verbal understanding is something which is like, you know, that's what we need. So everybody should be doing something like you were talking about, doing music or doing painting or doing drawing or doing sculpture or studying symbolism. You know, I mean, your idea of these letters of the alphabet, like that doesn't just appear, does it?
Nah, it's more than that.
There's a heavy symbolism happening, and it's like a churning. It's like a churning, and out of the churning comes these symbols, and these symbols have certain, like, they've got like a life of their own. If you sit and meditate on that symbol for long enough, have you done that, by the way?
You know,
have you taken one symbol and meditated on it?
Yeah, I have done that before, where I'll take like a specific Zerfax and like study that for a particular day. But I was starting to think about, like, why is thinking about the tarot like messing with my brain right now? It's because it's like I don't know where the tarot cards exist in relation to each other. The thing about Zarfaxology is you have a sense of space where the Zerfaxes exist. And I realize with Western cosmology, it's like you don't know where any of these images like exist in space and time. They're just sort of there. So it's like when I think about it, I'm like, I feel like I don't know where I am. It's like weird. Like I'm sort of like outside of that Zerfax bubble matrix and back into like the regular perception or whatever. But yeah.
I think that the major arcana is very misunderstood in Western cosmology, because it doesn't represent, like the minor arcana represents that quite well. The minor arcana, I think, would represent here, like it's all about the enneagram, the minor arcana, right? It's about the numbers 1 to 9. And
so
that's like
bases. Go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, carry on, brother.
So this is kind of more how I kind of like have conceptualized the idea of you know, how consciousness sort of flows through things. So think of each one of these, like if anybody doesn't know, these are the idea, these are Zerfaxes. So think of this as like a map, and each one of these circles is like an infinite 3-dimensional hamster ball. So this is like each circle is like an infinite expanding 3-dimensional universe. And the idea is that you got to think of this like a circuit board. Each one of these Zerfaxes reflects into all the other adjacent Zerfaxes. So what's reflected here is reflected here and back and there, but it's also by both the physical side, which is the Zarfax interior, and there's the astral component. Actually, the way I would conceptualize it, that this section right here would be the etheric, most likely, based on your descriptions. Then I think, actually, no, these two sections right here would be the etheric, because this is more form. And when you talk about the astral, you say it's more, because this is the realm of just like, you know, colors or whatever, and that would be the more abstract part. So the idea is the way that these universes are essentially structured. So this is sort of the ultimate apex of the Zarfax right here. This is what every single universe is connected to. And this map basically right here simply represents the universe of one particular individual person. So the individual self being the I Zerfax. And so the idea is this Zerfax right here is what's known as the Uzerfax. And this is basically the sum total of what you believe the universe is. So basically, this is the Zarfex nucleus as it actually is, and this is the Zarfex nucleus as you perceive it within your limited, framework or whatever. So basically, the idea is that all physical matter and exists in this Zerfax up here called the Phi Zerfax. And the idea is it's kind of like, think of matter as being encased in a Zerfax that's like a black bubble that can't be penetrated in any way. So in a sense, because consciousness can't penetrate that, it can't be affected by direct perception, right? So that's why reality has a sense of solidity to it. But the thing is, the actual physical objects themselves don't exist within this Zerfax. This is sort of just like the quantum potential, and everything actually manifests in this Zerfax here. So when you think about your perception of the universe, like the stars and the moon and the galaxies and the sort of observable universe, that's all going to be within the Uzerfax right here. But what's interesting is that every time you basically fall asleep and go to bed, all of this basically kind of gets deleted, and then you go to the dream world, which is in the indeterminate zone. And so then you wake up back up into here, and sort of a new universe is essentially created. So the idea is that it's like every universe is sort of like a copy of like this sort of template. So the idea is in a Zarfax is that this is not the only Phi Zerfax. There's 16 Phi Zerfaxes to sort of represent the whole structure of the Zarfax. And that's what keeps the Zarfax solid, because when you go to fluid Zarfaxes, there are no Phi Zerfaxes. It's a purely fluid Zarfax. There's no physical matter that it's essentially contained to. But this is just potentiality. So like the objects in your physical room, the actual like chair itself, the actual, desk that you're sitting on, they don't exist within physical matter. Physical matter is sort of the resonance that keeps sort of mental objects a sense of solidity. And the actual solid objects manifests here in the Kid Zerfax, which is then reflected into the Uzerfax. So the idea is every Zerfax has a sort of a space relation to it. So if you think about like one state of mind, it's like it could be over here, it could be over there. And with the tarot, I guess you could say that like in the sense of how it's mapped on the Kabbalistic tree of life, that there's a sort of a spatial orientation with the cards, but it's not quite the same thing. So the idea is that every Zerfax is kind of like a life form, and they're all kind of like reflecting and working with each other. So that's how I would kind of like, so you had your kind of explanation of how consciousness sort of shifts and move around. I guess that's kind of more or less my perspective on how it sort of like moves around and manifests itself.
Yeah, man. Carly was asking a question. Which symbols are you talking about exactly, Carly? You're asking about the symbols. Are you talking about the Zarfexes?
They don't represent the actual atomic structure. They're kind of more abstract, and they kind of mean like different things too. What's interesting is that the Zerfaxes, they have different applications. So they represent physical places and physical things, but they also represent states of mind and states of consciousness. So, for example, someone who's very intellectual is going to spend a lot of time in the Ni Zerfax, or somebody who practices a lot of magic spends a lot of time in the Zaphras channel. So, and the Phi Zerfax, like, it's interesting. It represents physical matter, but it also represents the state of consciousness you enter when you consume alcohol or opiates, right? So when you drink alcohol, you enter Phi Zerfaxal consciousness, which is kind of like dead physical matter, which is whereas cannabis is more in the Kid Zerfax channel, which is more of like a sensuous version of that. So each one of these Zerfaxes, they're not just physical, but they're also psychological representations of state of mind. They have multiple like different applications for different states of mind and being.
That's exactly, there's a correspondences running through that, and I think that's quite important to realize, is that we're talking in terms of matter, but we're also talking in terms of something that's not matter. right? And the difference in the tarot, and that's what I wanted to say, is that I've noticed there seems to be this huge problem in the way that tarot is, in the way that it's represented. And the big problem that I have with the way that tarot is represented is that it's often represented in such a way as to suggest, right, that the major arcana and the minor arcana are all part of one set, where, well, they most certainly aren't. They are two very separate things. Like where the minor arcana represents the enneagram, right? That's why you've got these, literally, you've got 4 sets, just like you have got 4 sets here, right? You've got 4 vertical sets running across. And those 4 vertical sets represent 4 different states of being. The same with the major arcana. You've got 4 suits. And the 4 suits each have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in them. And then you could say that this entire block is the 10th block, right? The 10 represents this whole thing, if that makes sense. So just like if you look at an enneagram, for example, if you look at an enneagram and you say that an enneagram has got all 9 elements there, right? But the 10th represents the entire enneagram as a single unity, which is the next octave of the next set of 9, if that makes sense. So in that same way, then to understand that enneagram is carrying all 9 of these elemental vibrational fields, but in the minor arcana there are 4 sets of them, and they represent the lightning bolt or the sword of heaven, which are the phases, specific phases of manifestation that we're talking about here. The minor arcana are the principles that govern these phases, if that makes sense. So they're much more of a subjective idea, even though that subjective idea will be reflected, like you said, like these are both mental, psychological things as well as physical things, right? There's a correspondence happening here.
Yeah.
That it's not just one thing. It's now in the tarot, they've broken that into the minor arcana and the major arcana, where the minor arcana represents the manifestational states. The major arcana represents the internalized field of consciousness that is causing rise to those manifestational states. So that's quite interesting, like it's and this is something that you'll often see people trying to associate the minor and the major arcana in ways they don't realize that there are 2 separate systems, right? Like the major arcana is the enneagram. I mean, the minor arcana is the enneagram, and the major arcana is the language that we can use to understand the enneagram, if you want to put it into like conceptual terms. But this to me looks like an enneagram, like a different kind of an enneagram.
Well, we talked last time we talked about the enneagram. I was basically telling you how this map basically directly corresponded to the enneagram based on my symbolism and its symbolism.
Yeah. And so that's what the minor arcana is. It's the enneagram. That's why when I see people trying to map the major arcana onto the enneagram, I'm like shaking my head. I'm like, dude, that is just so wrong. And I've often, like, Gabe's was always trying to like associate this major arcana with that, and I was like, dude, the minor arcana, that's their place, right? The 10 sits at the center. If you look at the enneagram, in fact, that's probably an interesting and yes, people, I am gearing up for this enneagram. I'm gearing up for it. I actually want to do research into the alchemy to the elements of the periodic table and map them all out here. It's not so hard to do. It's just a bit of time. So here you've got obviously your 9, but at the heart and the center you have no number. And so that no number connects to the 1 to create the next phase, like octave, like, the 7 notes become the 8th note, becomes an octave. So the 10 is what connects the center of the circle to the outside of the circle. Effectively, that's what 10 represents. So you've got, the 9 cards of the suits, and then you've got the 10. And then you've got 4 phases of this, right? So you've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then you've got, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, right? Then you've got 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, right? Then you've got that field reflected outside of itself again, right? And that's where we can say that you've got the completion of the tens, the hundreds, and the thousands in one system, right? Reconnecting to itself in 3 phases of 3. And so if you look in this enneagram, if you look carefully, what you will see is, and people, I don't want you to get your minds too blown now, because I probably shouldn't be jumping this far ahead, but like on some level, I can't help myself. So if you look at the blue and you look at the yellow, these are relationships between the minor arcana, which are represented on the outside, right? And these relationships between the minor arcana are what the major arcana are. And no, it's not an accident that you happen to have 9 yellows and 9 greens. Sorry, and 9 blues. It's not an accident at all. And that makes 18, right? And then if you look at the green, what do you see? You see 3 triangles, the 3, the 6, and the 9, right? And those 3 triangles are once again representing, and here's where we get back to this point again, those 3 triangles are representing the Fool, the Hanged Man, and the Judgment cards, as those represent the fundamental states. Those 3 fundamental states that Tesla was talking about, the 369, that's represented by those 3 fundamental triangles. So you've got those 3 fundamental triangles here that literally, when you break down the numbers, they literally relate to these elements. And then you've got the 18 other connections. And obviously, when you add the 18 to the 3, you end up with 21, right? And then you've got this most fundamental reflection of it all coming together as a single structure. And this single structure, the card of the earth, you see her dancing inside a cosmic egg, right? And the cosmic egg, the wreath that she's dancing in, is the circumference of the toric field that produces this reality. And so the 10th relationship that connects all the other relationships to each other, in the same way that Malkuth is a reflection of all of the other states and contains within it all of the other Sephirot, right, is what ties and connects all of these together to form the 10th sphere. So that 10th sphere, that element of this circle, is then represented by the world, and she is moving and dancing around through all of the numerations of the enneagram. So you can see here, you got a tree of life. You got the 22 parts representing the 22 sets of relationships between the numerations, and then we have the numerations themselves. So the numerations, the minor arcana, is how we have to map out all the elements. When you see these people try to map out the major arcana with this element and that element, I'm sorry, noobs. They don't know, because they haven't really been initiated into the occult. They don't really understand what they're talking about. Because if they understood what the major arcana represents, it's very subtle. It represents the internal subjective aspects of our consciousness. However, that's the serpent, right? That's the serpent that is ascending in the tree of life, which is those forces within us that are producing this journey back towards unity. However, the disassociation of unity that produces this unified field of physicality is the sword of heaven, or the lightning bolt, Zeus's lightning bolt, and that is what brings about the multiplicity and brings the numerations into form. And it's interesting, you were talking about circular curves as opposed to angles earlier, Cosmic, because you get like a rather interesting perspective,
essentially
everything fits
the
into a
idea
curve.
that mind space has a curvature to it, just like in terms of like perception, like, because you think about it, like if mind space didn't have a curve to it, like we could access the Akashic records so easily, like anyone could possibly do it. But the fact that there's limitations in perception shows that there's a curvature to these mind spaces, right? So there's there's curves and orbs that we kind of have to like, dig through and steer around. But by understanding that the curvature perception exists, that you can overcome the curvature and see what's beyond it. It's a kind of like you can't really transcend your limitations until you understand what the limitations actually are, kind of thing. The curve.
Yeah, man. That's jazz. Don't break the rules until you know them.
Yeah.
Don't break the rules until you know them. I remember this guy used to say this to my mother all the time, because she used to go for jazz workshops. She used to go for jazz lessons. And she used to teach ballet at this place when I was a little boy. And I used to have to go there, and I used to get terribly bored. And I wanted to go out and walk around in town, in Cape Town, all on my own. And she was like, no, it's not safe. And so I had to stay in the school, but it was pretty cool. There was like different things happening everywhere. And she would teach her ballet class, and she would get classes there. She would take classes in the jazz. And I remember this guy constantly saying, no, don't break the rules until you know the rules. He used to say it over and over again. And my mom was like, her head would go down, and she'd be like all shy because she wanted to play her bass guitar and like thump out, the things. But yeah, fond memories of me being a little boy and wandering around this huge old building, like, well, not huge, but it seemed big because I was small, of all these big rooms where like there were like, different people doing all sorts of artistic, creative stuff. And I remember wandering around, just being really bored, thinking like, bloody hell, what am I supposed to do? So I'd go and like listen in on these classes and listen to these people carrying on. Childhood. You got to love it, man. Anyway, dear brother, shall we call it? It's 5:21.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late.
I hope you're going to have a good day, man. Take it
you too,
easy.
buddy.
Big love, dear Cosmic. Always an honor, as always. Namaste. Blessed be to everybody in the chat. It's been a ball. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself. I hope you got what you came for. Cosmic, dude.
Yeah.
Why don't you create a channel?
Shit,
You can do that after, like now, like it takes you 2 minutes. Go and create a YouTube channel and put your Cosmic picture on there and just pick your name, Cosmic Prankster, right?
Probably already do it.
And secure your name. And then once you got your name, go in and in the settings, you want to make it so that you got your unique link, which is like, youtube.com at Cosmic Prankster, and put your picture on there, because you could be streaming this content to your YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, definitely.
It goes to Shinobi's YouTube channel. So you would then be building up a reservoir of information, and then you can also go into your YouTube thing and you can chop that up. You can take clips out of it that you want to turn into shorts or whatever. Anyway, I just thought it's not a bad place to
definitely
not a bad thing to do, because you can stream it to your YouTube channel as well, and it won't be a bad thing for you.
No.
Anyway, big love, brother.
Peace out, man.
Take it easy.
You too.
Vince, I hope you're having a good day. Tom Rue, Out Tuition, I hope you guys are all good. Howard, Kali, Hearth, Habor, Mermaid, Pirate. Oh my gosh, it's a whole lot of cool names. Middle Persian has its own hashtag system. Nice. Sounds exciting. Carly, I hope you're having a great great day. And Tomru and everybody else that's in the chat. Much love, much blessings, peace, honor, respect. Take it easy, keep smiling, and the more you smile, the better you feel. The better everybody around you feels. The more they smile. The more they smile at you, the more you smile at them. It becomes just like a big smiling frenzy. So go out there and knock yourselves out. Om Shanti, big love, big blessings. Big love, blessings to you, dear Cosmic.
Yep. Peace up, peace and love to you, man. Peace out.